Hello, is that
Hello.
Good morning,
Tabitha?
Ken.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I assume everyone can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
That is
Oh,
correct.
okay. Well, I will introduce myself, cover our agenda, and then I'd like to find out a little about each of you and what your role is at your organization and get an idea of your experience level with Easy Vista. So, I'll first say again, my name is Kent Shiver, one of the Easy Vista Professional Services Consultants. I have been with Easy Vista since early 2012, but I also have a long history with BMC software, if you're familiar with BMC software. And I come from a background of in the early 90s being an analyst on a service desk. And later, I was a service desk supervisor for a number of years. And then later, I was a service desk manager for the federal government for about a 10-year period. And so I have about 27 years experience in ITSM as an analyst, as a supervisor, service desk supervisor, manager, and as a consultant. So I'll just communicate that background to say, above and beyond training on software and installing software, I understand the ITSM space or this IT service business. But I've been on both sides of the fence, if you will. So, um, enough about me. I'm going to share my screen and let me know when you see my screen, please.
Yes, I can
Yes.
see.
Okay. Yeah. So, what we would like to cover today is we're going to understand, the purposes of service apps and the functions of different type of service apps. And what we'll talk about how service apps is for mobile devices. And we'll go through the core definitions of the fundamental components of service apps that you must understand. And we'll build on those core definitions and demonstrate those core definitions in the system. I'll talk about the authentication methods, the typical three, and I'll cover access management, the levels of access within service apps, and how users can be added in service apps automatically or imported. Uh, Teams management, which is a concept that's synonymous to groups. And I'm just kind of browsing through it right now because we're going to go into it in explicit detail. And then we'll those levels of access that I talked about, the different profiles that give you the different level of access within service apps, such as App Center, Manager, Creator, Theme Designer, etc. We'll look at the app gallery, which is basically the navigation of the interface and how do you get to different places within service apps. We'll look at the toolbar and all of the buttons on the app to export an app, to duplicate an app, and all the things you can do at that level. And then the one of the fundamental things is a widget, and there's many types of widgets, and there's many categories of widgets, and in each category of widget, there's multiple widgets. And we certainly don't have time in one day to cover every detail of every type of widget. If we were to go into every detail of every widget, we will be probably talking for at least a full week. And if you're not familiar with the wiki, I want to make sure that you have access and know how to get to the wiki. Lots of information out there. And then we'll go into managing apps, and then I'll talk about some real world purpose for apps and reasons for apps and different things that you can build apps for. And then lastly, we'll wrap up the day with a hands-on exercise where you can watch me build a basic app from scratch and then we'll do it again together. And we'll cover all of the fundamental and the essentials that you need to understand in building an app from scratch and putting all those pieces together. So I introduced myself, and I have a little OneNote up on another screen, and I think we have Tabitha, Sebastian, Ruben, and Barry, if I pronounced your names correctly.
You did
So,
fine.
okay. So, since we have 4 trainees and it's a relatively small class, the first thing that I'd like to communicate is to say, please feel free to jump right in, interrupt me, ask as many questions as you like whenever you like. So don't be hesitant to to ask questions. If I cover something that you'd like for me to cover again, just ask me. I'll be happy to. So don't hesitate to ask questions, and feel free to jump right in. So with that, I would like to know who I'm speaking with. If you don't mind introducing yourself one at a time, and just communicate what your role is and your level of experience with EasyVista Service Manager and or Service Apps.
I'm with Stefanini. I'm a consultant implementer. More or less, your career path is probably the same as mine. Starting from bottoms to a little bit to the top. We did not actually work with BMC. We know that it was our, let's say, competitor. On the ITSM, let's say, tools, CA is the first that I started, and then others come like Service Aid.
What was the first tool you started with, Sebastian?
Service Desk, CA Service Desk. The
version, CA Service Desk. Okay.
I think version 6 in 2007 probably. Okay. And then we had other tools like Service Aid, or type of software as SaaS type of tools. With EasyVista, we had a training before you regarding functionalities of EasyVista, how to do this and that administration part. Let's put it like that. We are a little bit of a junior on this side, or at least with EasyVista tool.
Okay. So you've had functional and admin training from EasyVista.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Sebastian. And Stephanie is headquartered in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Is that correct?
The main office, yes.
Okay.
But I'm located in Bucharest, in Eastern Europe, in Romania.
Okay. Oh, what time is it currently for you?
It's 4 p.m.
Well, okay. So it's going to be a late day for you. Okay. Well, thank you for that information, Sebastian. Nice to meet you. Okay.
I can go next if you want me to.
Please.
I'll jump in. My name is Tabitha Wire. I work for Creighton University. I've been working with EasyVista since 2015. Previous to that, I had been on a service desk for almost 18 years. I have had the app admin training, I think twice now I've been through it, just for a refresher as well. We use service apps. I don't think I've taken this class yet, but I've worked a lot with the service apps. Just I want more I don't know, admin side of it and just more detailed information.
Okay.
So, and we're out of Nebraska.
Yes, I saw that. Creighton University in Nebraska. Okay, so you've worked with EasyVista since 2015.
Yes.
You were on a service desk, I think you said, for about 18 years.
Yeah.
And you've had service manager training, but not service apps admin training.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you've obviously had some level of exposure to service apps.
Yeah. We use it. We actually have service apps set up also with CAB, with our change management as well. So we use it for people to set up tickets, and then also for our, like I said, our change management as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I've worked with it quite a bit, but we usually use FMX. But it'd be nice for me to be able to do it instead of them.
Okay, yes, I know the FMX guys quite well.
Yes, they are wonderful. I will say. But yes.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
And what time is it in Nebraska? It's you're on Central Time?
Yep, 8:11 in the morning.
Yeah, Central Time. Yeah. Okay. And we have Ruben and Barry.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Barry, and I also work at Stefanini. I'm located in Detroit, Michigan, though, so Eastern Time Zone. So I had pretty much a similar career path as yours. About 10 years ago, I moved into the software asset realm, which I'm currently doing for Stefanini. Just my experience with EasyVista, as my coworkers here will tell you, we've just taken the initial course, the admin course, and that's pretty much kind of it for me. Just hoping to learn some things about EasyVista here.
Okay, great. Who provided your admin course? Who taught the admin course? I'm just curious.
I can look it up.
Was it? Excuse me?
Morton Rick.
Okay,
Oh,
sounds
yeah.
like a partner. It wasn't a direct EasyVista employee. Sounds like one of our partners. Okay. Or could have been an EasyVista consultant from a different country. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's probably a consultant from a country outside the U.S.
No, Rick was located in California.
Oh, did you say Rick Morton? Oh, Rick Morton. Yeah. I work with Rick every day. Yeah. I trained Rick when he started. I'm sorry. I didn't understand you. Yes, I know Rick well. Okay. So sounds like okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so my name's Ruben. So I work with Sebastian and Bar here on Stefanini. Career path, I mostly started as a programmer actually and then I moved to supporting the applications. So I'm currently a support engineer for Stefanini. And like Barry and Sebastian said, we just took the admin course last August. And yeah, I'm located in the Philippines. It's 9:14 p.m. right now.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Rick Morton provided the admin training course. Okay. Yes, he's in California. All right. Well, thank you all for introducing yourself. It helps me to understand who I'm talking to, and especially your experience level, because coming into this, I don't know what you know, and I don't know what you don't know. So that helps me out a bit to understand kind of where you are with your experience level with EasyVista. So with that, we'll get started. So what I have done is I have a training environment for which I have set up your accounts. I have already tested your accounts to make sure that they can log in, and I will give you the URL login password here shortly. But just covering what we're doing in this environment, I have a Portal Standard Service Workplace, and I know some of you have service apps implemented in your environment, and I would guess that you're using a version similar to the Standard Service Workplace, if not the Standard Service Workplace app. So we're going to use the copy of the app where there's TRNG in parentheses for training. We're going to cover a dashboard app, which is just a different type of app. And as you know, when you look in Service Manager, this app that's displaying in the center of the screen here, that's showing some metrics, is this dashboard primary app that you see here in Service Apps. So we're going to cover a dashboard metric type app, and we're going to cover the Standard Service Workplace app, which, as I heard someone say when you introduce yourself, it's an app that provides the user the ability to report an incident, i.e. something is broken, or to request a service and browse your service catalog and look at the status of incidents and requests that they've submitted and make approvals from the self-service portal, and what we call user validations can be done from the self-service portal. Okay, so the first half, I'm going to be demonstrating and doing most of the talking, and I want to make sure that you understand, so I'll periodically ask you, if that makes sense or if it's understood. And if it's not, please feel free to ask. And in communicating understanding of service apps, you will see, if you don't already know, it's important to understand and know a significant amount about reports in Service Manager, which are those reports that act as the data source that feeds the data in service apps. And we'll see that as well. Okay. So I'm actually going to start with the Standard Service Workplace instead of the dashboard primary app. We'll come back to that because this one is most important to get through the agenda. Okay, so I'll just show you real quickly here. Each of you should see your name there, and when we get to it, I'll put it up in the chat or on the screen. But your login is your first initial last name, and I have set a password, which I'll provide that as well. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing that we want to do is to walk through this app, every page from top to bottom, understanding all widgets on all pages, data sources, and all of those components that we just talked about in that little document. Oh, oops, I meant to take that out of there. So just a minute. I'm going to, yeah, well, we can keep going. So one of the things that has been changed significantly, and I was just playing around with that logo before we started the call, and I didn't resize it, but I'll show you how to do that. That should certainly look familiar to Tabitha. when we use service apps, does this app look familiar to everyone? I'm assuming it does somewhat. Does this look familiar? Okay, yes. Okay, so one of the things that has changed very recently is on the template apps. The template apps that we provide on the wiki that you can download and use as a template where you do not have to start from scratch. One of the major changes that kind of is positive and negative at the same time is they've embedded components where you don't have to make updates on every page. So, like on this home page, or if you see the menu across the top, and if I go to the Get page, which is the I need something, and looking at the catalog, this this menu across the top is on that page. That menu is across the top on this page, on the Fix page. That same menu that I'm clicking on that says Home, Get, Fix, and Status is on every page. So what I'm communicating right now is previously you would have had to go to each page and make updates to that menu across the top if you wanted to relabel or, for example, rename home or rearrange these links across the top. You would have to do it on every page. What we have done with the app now is make that header an embedded page. Therefore, you only have to update it once in one place, and it's updated on every page. Thus, you don't have to update it manually on every page. However, the method to get to it to update it is a little bit different. That's kind of the negative, but the positive is that you only have to update it once and it updates it everywhere. Has anyone experienced the new app with embedded pages yet? Or does that sound like something new?
Yes.
Okay.
I have not.
Have not. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is, again, it's always the case that everyone is not at the same place in a class. So if I'm going over something that you understand and know, bear with this. I have to conduct the course without any assumptions, unless I'm sure that everybody knows something. I'll spend less time on it. So what we're going to do is go through the app to talk about the header at the top where it says Home, Get, Fix, and Status. And we'll talk about the little quick indicator dashboard that's also on the embedded header page, the logout button across the top and how that works, how it's configured, the news banner here below. The How Do I is an area that allows you to perform a search and search the knowledge base. I just thought of a keyword I might have with an article about videos, and that will go search the knowledge base and find the knowledge article about videos. So the How Do I widget, we're going to look at what type of widget that is. And this button right here is an option if the user wants to create an incident directly. They don't want to search. They don't want to go any further. I just need to create an incident. So we have a button right here. And that button, which we'll talk about and see how it calls the catalog that it's linked to. And the catalog is has the workflow linked to the catalog, and there's a questionnaire linked to the workflow, so it displays the questionnaire. I'll say that again, and if you know that relationship between the workflow, the catalog, and the questionnaire, great. But again, the logic and the relationship is that the workflow is linked to the catalog, and the questionnaire is linked to the workflow. And so when you click that button, it's pointed to a catalog that has a workflow, and the workflow has a linked questionnaire, and the questionnaire pops up, and you start submitting the incident. We'll see how that's configured. And these three buttons here at the bottom, those three boxes are synonymous to the links here at the top. So with the exception of the home page. Get is the same as goes to I need something. Fix goes to something is broken. And status goes to see my requests. And I'll just pop up this screen. I need something. I put in just a handful. I still have it filtered with the video. I put in a handful of images. I didn't put in all images for each catalog, but obviously the search request catalog is designed to be displayed to your end user graphically and has images. So they're not really guessing at what they're selecting. They can see an image of it, but again, I only have just a handful of images here to demonstrate for demonstration. Storage, cabling, and more of the point here is this is a filter widget. The filter widget, which we're going to look at, filters the catalog items below based on the filter that you select here. And I'll just click on one more. Some software such as Adobe that has a few images. And this widget here, that's a filter widget, this search widget, and this widget, a data viewer widget that displays the catalogs at the bottom, we're going to look at. Those three widgets are working together, and all three of them are using the same data source, and we're going to communicate what that data source is. So I'm just browsing through the app right now, but we're going to crawl through each page of how it's configured, how it's driven, and how you can change it. And if I forget to say it, I'm going to say it right now. If you're not familiar with service apps to the point of every little nth degree of the screen is configurable. So you're not locked into the way it looks out of the box anywhere. Okay. The fix page, which would be the same as clicking on something is broken and goes to get help. It's a page that could have some information on it, some specific links, popular resources, and the main one is the get help button in the middle, which is the same as that create incident button on the home page, and it displays the questionnaire to start creating an incident. On the status page is a page where the user can see what requests or incidents they've submitted, requests, i.e., and issues for incident and task. The filter across the top filters on request in progress. They can select all and see all historical requests that they've submitted, but of course it defaults to the requests that are open or in progress. And they can click on this to get more information. My issues is incident, and I don't know who I'm talking to in terms of your knowledge level with ITIL. If you're an ITIL expert, if you have ITIL awareness. But I said that to say we don't put the word incident on the portal for the user. We don't put service request on the portal for the user. The intent is to keep it simple, where the end user simply says either I need something or I have something broken. And of course, those two result in a service request or an incident, but we're not trying to have the user determine what's an incident and what's a service request. That's really more of the job based on ITIL for the back office technicians. But of course, you can configure it however you like or however you need. Okay. So with that, let's get started with the basic fundamentals of how the app is configured. So I'm going to go back out to the app gallery. And from the app gallery, you see apps and you see one shortcut. I'll communicate what a shortcut is shortly. And based on your level of access or your service apps profile determines what you have access to. And of course, for the end user, when the end user uses service apps, they point their browser most of the time to the URL of the shortcut, and it just takes them directly into the app where the user doesn't have to make a selection of which app to run. They just have a URL and it runs the app directly. Okay, so in looking here at the app gallery, as I said, we see a list of apps and we see one shortcut. You can identify a shortcut by the little shortcut icon, and it's darkened in and it doesn't have as many buttons because it's a shortcut and it's a different type of item than an app itself. So, what is an app? What is an app? An app is simply that resource on your service apps platform that users can access the information to be displayed to them. And really, an app is mainly a collection of widgets on pages. Okay, so let's take a look at some components of the app itself. Widgets. If I were to, I'm just going to add a new page to communicate something, and I'll explain what I'm doing here. With this blank page, with nothing on the page, on a page, so the foundational component on which you put data in an app is a page. And if I click on pages here, I'm looking at all of the pages in the app. And I'm looking at the pages in the app because I clicked on pages. In addition to just looking at the pages here where I can configure them, I could access the pages from this drop-down list as well. And I could go to different pages, like going to that get page where it shows the service request catalog. It takes me to that page and you see the filters across the top and the widgets here at the bottom. And if I go to the broken not self-help page, this is the page where we saw the service desk person with the image. And so I'm accessing pages in the edit mode with this drop down. So I'm going to go back to that page that I created that's called page 1. And I want to communicate the fundamental component that's called a widget. As I said, a page is the fundamental component for which you place data. And in the order of things, you start with a page, and then you put widgets on the page. You put a layout widget on the page, which you're going to see me do, and then you put a particular type of widget on the layout widget. So focusing on a widget. What is a widget? Let's start with the layout widget. When you're building an app and you want to design a page, depending on what you're going to display, how you're going to present it, you put some thought process into whether or not you're going to display the data in a single column, and you use a single column layout widget, and you drop it here, and there's a single column layout widget. If you're going to display it in 2 columns, you drop it here, and there's a 2 column layout widget, and 3 column, 4 column, etc., and up to 6 columns. And there's 6 columns. And then you go to the category of widgets that you're going to use. And we'll talk more about this, but I'm just making a point now. I could put a data viewer widget on the single column layout widget, and then it would display in a single column. Or if I go to add a widget, I could add multiple widgets to that 6 column layout widget. And so I'm going to add a widget here. I'll add a widget in that column. And so you see, you start with a page. What's the page for? It's going to be a page, for example, that's going to display the list of incidents or service requests for the given user. How do you want to present the list of incidents or requests to the user? Do you want to display it with some item to the left of the incident number, or do you want to just display a single column or multiple columns? And that is where you would go back to. The layout widget is really the starting point for designing how the page is going to look and how it's going to be laid out. So basically what I'm communicating thus far is what's a page, what's a widget? And there's many types of widgets. Many types of widgets.
I have a question.
Okay.
So on top of a page, you can, so you went to the add widgets and you drag and drop some widgets. What is the difference between the add widgets and widgets? Is the fact that add widget is just a out of the box widget with nothing, and widgets are already built widgets that you can share?
Good question. Okay, the answer to your question directly is the difference between add widget and widgets is add widget, I think, speaks for itself. It's the way that you add a new widget to the page. When you click on widgets, it shows you the widgets that are already on that page. So if you want to go back and look at the widgets on the given page to make changes to it, you click on widgets and it shows you the widgets on that page. So let me go back, for example, to the home page. And it's a little different with embedded, but you remember the buttons, I need something, something is broken, see my request? So when I click on widgets, I see all of the widgets on that page. And there's the broken, I need something, and see my request. These 3 right here.
Okay.
Broken?
Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
So it's just a representation of, inline widgets of whatever you already created on the page. And probably to see the parameters, maybe.
It's how you configure it. So let me communicate it this way. When you are on a page, I'll go back to my little page 1 test page. And if I click on this widget here that I created as a data, that I added, and it's a data viewer type widget, then I can configure the widget. I can configure the theme, and I'm going to cover that a little more later. But when you click on the widget, it brings up the properties of the widget, and it's how you configure the widget to get information displayed within that widget. And it's what information you want to get displayed in the widget, and how the data is displayed within the widget. Okay. I hope that answered your question, the difference between add and widgets.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And speaking of widgets, I'm going to hold right there and go to the wiki. And on the is anyone not familiar with the wiki? Is anyone not familiar with the wiki? Okay. Well, sounds like not for the most part, and that's a good thing. So if I were to look at the widget library, in looking at the widget library, I'm just communicating now of how many widgets there are. And when I go back to this edit mode, I'm just going to click on one type of widget, which is the data viewer widget. Within the data viewer widget, the configuration properties, all widgets can connect to a data source, but the tile configuration, the line configuration, I'll communicate the difference. Then when I look at the theme section, the theme is how you determine the size of the font within the widget, the alignment of the text from left to right, the background color, the text color, and all these configuration properties in this widget. Margin, padding is in most all widgets. But the point that I'm making now is this is one type of widget, and one type of widget has many configuration properties, and there's many types of widgets, and that's how I was saying we can't cover every single detail of every type of widget, but we are going to cover the details of the widgets in the standard service workplace app, which is the most commonly used app. So on the widget library, when you see here the categories of widgets, there's a layout category, which I talked about, and there's a basic category of widgets. In the basic category, there's, I don't know, 10 or 12 different type widgets there. And if I clicked on the data viewer widget there, then it goes into all the details about a data viewer widget, when to use a data viewer widget, why to use a data viewer widget, how to configure the data viewer widget with screenshots and examples, etc. So back to that widget library, the categories of widgets, and each category has multiple widgets. Dashboard type widgets are for reporting dashboards and metrics, which we're going to look at. And again, each of those, like a KPI widget, which is basically displaying information from a trend type component in Service Manager. And then it goes through all of the methods of configuring a KPI type widget. And I'll pop out of here now. But again, the point is make sure that you familiarize yourself with the wiki. There's lots of useful information on the wiki. And as you can see, there's many categories of widget and many widgets within each category. Okay. So that's what a widget is. A widget is you can add a widget. When you click add widget, you start with the layout widget. There's the basic category. There's the dashboard category of widgets. There's the social category, the Easy Vista category of widgets. And what's the difference between custom widgets and my custom widgets? The difference between custom widgets and my custom widgets is you can take a widget and make it a custom widget and save it. And when you save that widget, it's a widget that you can place on other pages or place in different places without starting from scratch. So you can take a widget, build a widget, configure the widget, and you can save the widget as a custom widget, and you can use it in multiple places. And when you save a custom widget, you decide whether it's public or private. When you save a widget that's public, it's displayed under custom widgets, and it's accessible to other people that are using your same platform. They can access that custom widget. If you save a widget and you make it private, and you have that option when you save it, then that custom widget is only available to you being the person that's logged on. It's not public, and only you can access it, the person that's logged on. Okay? And we are going to go into the details of a number of type widgets, the most commonly used type widgets, and they're in this application. Okay. When data is displayed, such as a list of incidents or service requests, when data is displayed in a widget, such as my issues. And I'm going to go back to this page here on the status page and go to my issues. The list of my issues that are displayed here in these tiles, that information resides in Service Manager. So this is a good time to say Service Apps is a front-end type application, which you can see, meaning data does not actually reside, very limited data. There's very limited data that resides within Service Apps because Service Apps is a front-end type application that's designed to be a front end to a database. It can be a front end.
At the end of your.
I'm sorry, say again. Was there an echo? Hello? What were you saying something, Tabitha? Uh-oh. Did I lose my audio? Can anyone hear me?
Nope. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, and I thought I was muted. Is it not?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Tabitha.
Okay, I'm going to mute again and see. I thought I was muted, and I don't know why it was showing I wasn't.
Okay, okay. Oh, no problem. Oh, no problem. Okay. All right. So I was saying Service Apps is a front end type application and very limited data resides within Service Apps. And Service Apps is not only can be a front end to Service Manager. Service Apps can be a front end to a SQL database. It can be a front end to a MySQL database. It can be a front end to get data from social media like Twitter, Facebook, and other sources. So although it's a front end to Service Manager is not the only back end type application or database that Service Apps can be a front end to or for. So this data of the incidents reside within Service Manager, and my point of where I'm going now is to communicate what is a data source. Our focus now is to understand what is a data source. A data source is essentially the data that feeds into Service Apps. And there's different types of data sources. And we're going to look at this one now that's pulling the list of issues in progress. And the way that we see that is in the edit mode. When we go to this widget, this data viewer widget that has this name here, where you see these tiles, that data comes into Service Apps through the My Issue data source. The My Issue data source is a connection. So let's actually back up just a little bit to look at a connector to communicate the point all the way through. So the connectors with Service Apps is by default, when your platform is provisioned and set up, you have a connector that connects between Service Apps and the Service Manager platform. And typically it's called like evSM 50004 for your production platform. And you will have a data source of evSM 50005, which is the account that connects to your sandbox. So you have connectors that connect to your sandbox of Service Manager and your production environment of Service Manager. You have a data source that connects to EV Self-Help, and I'll communicate what that is in case anyone doesn't know. And with the self-help, there's recently service bots. But before I go further, is anyone not familiar with EasyVista Self-Help? Has anyone not seen EasyVista Self-Help?
We've seen it. We don't use it or have it.
Does anyone have on the line have EasyVista self-help implemented in your environment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. So maybe if I get a chance, I'll give you a demonstration of EV self-help, but I'll just communicate it in words right now. Within Service Manager, there's an out-of-box module for the knowledge base where you can create knowledge base articles and search the knowledge base within Service Manager. And you can search the knowledge base of Service Manager from Service Apps. And that knowledge management within Service Manager is basic knowledge where you create a knowledge article. It gives a knowledge article number. It has a title to the knowledge article, and it has the content of the knowledge article. And the knowledge article can display images and display content of knowledge. And you can search on keywords, etc. EV Self-Help, as of several years ago, is an enhanced version of knowledge. It's smart knowledge. It's flow-based knowledge. It's intelligent knowledge. So EV Self-Help is knowledge that guides a user down a path. If you're familiar with a workflow, so let me just give you an idea. I don't have time I'm not going to switch off and go to EV Self-Help right now. I could, but when you're looking at a workflow in Service Manager, and the workflow is actually, what happens when an incident is created, it follows the workflow. It's a process. Well, EV Self-Help is flow-based knowledge. It's knowledge that you create, and when the user uses EV Self-Help, it guides them down a path. Like it asks a question, have you tried to restore a file? And if you answer yes or no, then it takes you down the path of yes and no. So you're leading a user in a flow-based knowledge for them to help themselves. It's smart knowledge. It's guided knowledge. It's intelligent knowledge, a much more enhanced and robust level of knowledge than the basic knowledge base. That's what EV Self-Help is. And the reason I mentioned that is because I was talking about the connectors. And so there's a connector to self-help from Service Apps. And the design of it is that to prevent the user from having to go to a different URL to use the self-help knowledge, we embed self-help within Service Apps like an iframe. So the user can use EV Self-Help within Service Apps. Therefore, they don't have to go to two places to submit incidents, submit requests, look at status, and get help and browse a knowledge base. They can do it all from within one place. Okay. I'll try to remember to pop up EV Self-Help if you haven't seen it. Okay. So starting with that connector, and then we have a data source. The data source, in order to display these tiles and information in the apps portal here, when I click on the pencil, I'm going to see the configuration of the data source. The data source is called My Issue, and it works through a connector. We can use the connector name, the direct name of the connector. A connector can have an alias name where you can provide whatever name you want, an alias name, but it still points to the connector. And my point here is when we look at this data source, it starts with the connector. So the Service Manager account that I'm using is an account called 50006 in my training environment. And I'm using a connector that connects to EV 50006 data instance of Service Manager. And the query part is where do I go in Service Manager, i.e. with this connector is pointing to 50006 Service Manager, and where within Service Manager do I go and get the data? Well, it's going under reports, Operations, Standard Service Workplace Apps, and Employee Incidents. That's a report. And it's using a filter called Issues in Progress and Lists for Apps. So let's take a look at that. In following that same path here, if I go to Service Operation, Reports, and I have the reports in a folder that's the same name as the app. So whichever reports the app is using, I put the reports in a folder with that same name. At least that's the way I configure, and that's the way I implement. That's not the only way. So the Standard Service Workplace folder. So here's the list of reports, and there's the apps-employee incidents report. So when I hover over this here in that path, you see at the end apps-employee incidents, and it's using the issues in progress filter and the lists for apps view. So when I run this report, employee incidents, there's multiple filters. There's the issues in progress filter. There's two views. There's the list for apps view. And so these incidents that are being displayed or output from this report is what this data source is using to display the data in service apps. I want to stop right there, and I'm asking if that's understood, if it's clear. If it's not clear, please ask me to clarify.
For me, it's very clear.
Is it not clear for anyone? Okay.
Makes sense.
All right. I've learned, or I'd like, maybe, I don't know if it's a good assumption or a bad assumption, but I'll take silence as contentment, unless you tell me otherwise. Okay, so here, when we see the output of the data, and we're going to go into editing and configuring reports, there's the two filters in the report, and there's the views in the report, and the report is using this filter and this view. And what's critically important to understand here, even though we're going to get in more detail about it, in the view of the data source report that Service Apps is using, and we'll communicate how to configure the report. But this checkbox here in this column to say display the recipient field, display the requesting person field, the fields of data in the report that can be displayed and the fields of data that are selected to display are the ones that are checked under the display column. And what's my real point right now? My real point is the only fields that are going to be available to use in service apps are the fields that are selected to display in the view of the report. So if you're working in service apps and you are trying to configure these widgets over here, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I'll back out here in just a minute. When we're looking at this tile view, and I'm going to come back to this, and the fields that I want to add to this tile view, and I go to the data picker, the list of fields to select from here to add to this view in service apps are only going to be the list of fields that you have selected to display in the view of the data source report. If it's not in the view of the data source report, it won't be available to display in service apps. Okay, so don't pull your hair out over why you can't find a field to display in service apps. It's because it's not selected to display in the data source view in a report. Okay, let me say this now while I'm thinking about it. In displaying data in service apps, we use reports to display the data when we deliver a template app. Displaying data through a report is not the only way to display data in service apps. Service apps can use and browse the standard items such as under incidents and all incidents, for example. And within the module, it can access these filters and views directly. Or if we were looking at actions, my actions, and we'll get to that. But my point is, you might question, why does EasyVista use a report to display data in service apps? Why doesn't EasyVista just use the modules and the links within Service Manager directly as opposed to a report? I'm glad you asked that question. The reason that we use a report as opposed to the modules, which we could simply go to service requests and go to requests from within service apps. We could get to this query and we could use these filters and these views. The reason that's not two reasons that we don't do that is because it's much less likely for an administrator to arbitrarily modify a report that's for service apps than modify the filters and views that are directly in the modules. So if you modify the filters and views in the modules to adjust it for a need or for a request, you've just impacted service apps. But if you're very less likely to modify a report arbitrarily that's in a folder called Standard Service Workplace, which is for the Standard Service Workplace app. Secondly, the reason that we use reports is because in delivering a template app, it's much more difficult for us, i.e. EasyVista, to send a set of modified filters and views that could kind of mess up what you already have versus us sending you a report that you just import the report and you're ready to go. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure how familiar you are with using the modules within EasyVista versus a report, but I'm just trying to communicate why we deliver templates with data source reports as opposed to the filters and views within the modules.
But theoretically, we can use also the filters and views, right?
Yes, you can,
okay.
And that will work. It will work, yes. You just have to be careful if someone comes and says, in a filter and a view, like when you're looking at the list of all incidents, for example, and someone says, we don't need this recipient column. Let's take it out and add another column that's more useful to us. Well, when you do that, you just impacted service apps. Okay. All right, let's get back to where I was. I was talking about a data source. So many type of data sources. So that's a data source for my issue. And the filter. So on this page here, these two filters are using the same data source. This widget is using the same data source. And we can see that when I go here. Even though it's a different type of widget, all issues or issue, and that list is much longer when we're looking at all issues versus issues in progress. Even though this is a filter and it's filtering the tiles at the bottom, when two or more widgets are working together, like this list of incidents and the filter widget, they must be connected to the same data source, is my point. So and when you click on a widget in the design mode, it puts a box around it so you know which widget you have selected, and it brings up the configuration properties of the widget over on the left. And you can see that the filter, EasyVista filter widget, which if I were to go to add widget and I went to the Easy Vista category of widgets, there's the Easy Vista filter list type widget. So I'm going to click back on that widget. Even though it's a different type of widget, when it's working together with filtering the list of incidents in this data viewer widget here, my issue data source and this widget is also using the my issue data source. Okay, so basically a data source is the component that's used to retrieve the data to display within service apps from the data source. In this case, we're using reports. We'll just pop up one more. If we were looking at a list of catalogs, and when I say list of catalogs, I'm talking about get, where it displays the service request. So we see the catalog items here that are being displayed. Those catalog items that are being displayed, when I click on the data view widget here, there's a data source called get. And the data source, the naming convention is get is synonymous with what you see here that's called get. I need something, I don't have something broken. The get data source is using a connector where the alias is connected to the 50006 environment in Service Manager. And there's the actual report that it's using, and it's a report called apps-new request. And it's using by default, the all services filter and the list view. So if we quickly take a look and find the apps-new request report, so we go back to reports under service operation and the standard service workplace, and there's the apps-new request report. And in that report, there's filters. There's filters for hardware, infrastructure, inquiries, security software users. So if you remember those filters there, those are the filters that you see here in service apps. And the data source, which we've gone through, and it's using this filter by default and that list view. Okay, so I think it's understood what a data source is up to this point. I think we're good on widget, and we're good on a data source. And we saw what's a connector, and we saw what are pages. So in a quick review, you start with a page, and you have a blank, empty page, which we're going to do. I'm going to build an app from scratch, but I'm just communicating the fundamentals now. A page is what you put widgets on. You put widgets on a page. You get and you use a data source, and the data source uses a connector. The connector connects to the data source environment, such as Service Manager, and you use a data source and you point the data source to a particular object in the data source. So in the example of Service Manager, you point a data source to a given report to pull the data, or you point the data source to a filter and a view within the module to pull the data, and either one would work. Any questions about what's an app, which is a collection of widgets? What's a widget? What's a data source? What's a connector? What's a page?
All is clear.
Okay. All right, and those are the essential fundamentals to understand with an app. All right, so let's keep going. And what I thought we would do is, in keeping track of the time today, I normally go about hour and a half to 2 hours and take a break. If anyone needs to take a break sooner, you can let me know. I'm flexible about lunch. I'm thinking around 12 or 12:30 Eastern time for lunch. We'll take an hour. and come back. But and we'll also in the afternoon session take a 15-minute break and take a 15-minute break in this morning sessions as well. Okay, so we'll continue. Let's talk through authentication methods. That will take just maybe 1 minute. Just like Service Manager, there's 3 authentication methods for Service Manager, and the authentication methods are simply, I'll just bring up a user. A user with an email address. You can authenticate into Service Apps through a username and password within Service Apps. So you can set a username and password within Service Apps. And if I were to go to create as if I was creating a new user, you'd give it a name, you give it an email address, determine the profile, which I'm going to talk about that, and then there's a password here. And so you can log in with that username and password that resides within Service Apps. Or you can use LDAP authentication to enter your network credentials or your LDAP credentials. It will be integrated with your Active Directory. That's the second way. And then, of course, most common is single sign-on or SSO. I think 97% of our customers use single sign-on. And the way that the account gets created within Service Apps, it does create an account in Service Apps when you log on, but you don't manually have to enter that account with SSO or LDAP. If you're using LDAP authentication or single sign-on, the first time that you sign on to Service Apps, it will create the account in Service Apps, and it creates the account because the account has to reside in Service Manager first. And Service Manager acts somewhat as a trusted provider for Service Apps. And we can configure the account in Service Apps to be associated with what's called a team that's synonymous to the profile in Service Manager, and that's how we control access, which we'll get into a little bit more. But the point now is can authenticate directly in Service Apps, can authenticate through LDAP, can authenticate via single sign-on. And very few people don't use single sign-on. I think above 90%, 95 use single sign-on. Okay. Access, levels of access. Let's talk about the levels of access. The levels of access in Service Manager are, there's what's called a App Center Manager, what you see here. So I'm going to just click this plus sign as if I'm creating a new user, and that's just kind of cached in my browser. You provide a username if you were creating an account manually, but again, almost no one creates accounts in Service Apps manually. It's configured to where you log on with SSO or log on with LDAP authentication, and it automatically creates the account in Service Apps. However, you can manually create accounts in Service Apps, and you would give it a name, and the unique identifier in Service Apps by default is the email address. The unique identifier in Service Apps by default is the email address. Our CMC or Cloud Management Center can configure it to be the logon if you want, but I'm just saying by default, unless you specify otherwise, the unique identifier is the email address. And what we want to focus on more so right now are these 3 options right here: App Center Manager, App Creator, and Theme Designer. Simply put, an App Center Manager is the highest level of access in Service Apps. You can compare App Center Manager to a full administrator, where an App Center Manager has full unrestricted access to everything, period. So really, as an App Center Manager, you have no restrictions within Service Apps. You have full access to everything in Service Apps. I kind of like to put it this way. You're fully dangerous as an App Center Manager. Okay. Apps Creator. What's the difference between App Center Manager and App Creator? An App Creator has the authorization to create new apps and to duplicate existing apps. And the App Creator has access to fully modify and administer any apps that they create. An apps creator can create new apps. An app creator can duplicate an existing app, and an app creator can fully administer an app that they created. What an app creator cannot do is administer an app that they did not create. They cannot administer an app that someone else created, as an App Center Manager can fully administer and modify any app, whether they created it or not. Okay. Before I go further, any questions about the understanding the App Center Manager and the App Creator level of access? Okay. And by the way, let me just see if I can find it real quick. Profiles. Let me just do this. And that's out on the wiki as well. So here is the platform access. And where are you? Here. App Center Manager, App Creator, Theme Designer, Registered User, Public User. But in continuing, the Theme Designer, I'll go there. The Theme Designer, first of all, should communicate what is a theme. What is a theme? A theme is like that green color here. Actually, let me just do this for let me pick up one that's different. Yeah, let's try this one. When you look at a service app and the color scheme in the background, like that green bar across the top, the fonts, the color of the fonts on that page, or if you look at the color of the fonts on that page or that page, it's significantly different in this app, but I could find some that's a lot different. But
it's like a style sheet creator or like a web designer, something like that.
Yes, you got it. That's exactly correct. So I'll come back to this in just a second. But what I want to do to communicate more so what that theme is, well, I can just do it on this page here. Even though I don't have a lot of color and a lot of branding is the word I'm looking for on this app, I can pull up some apps that I've built for customers that has a lot of branding on it. But like the color, the font family, the font size, the background color, the text color, etc., you can modify the color scheme on each page, on each widget, and you can set the font size, the font family on each widget, on each page. You can set the margin width from left to right margin, the padding within a widget. However, you could use like some of your marketing personnel, if you will, that can build a theme. And a theme is a pre-configured color scheme. It's a pre-configured font family, a font size, and you can apply the theme to the app and it will apply throughout. So the branding, the look and feel of your app can be configured with a theme. And the theme designer, when you give someone access as a theme designer, they will be the persons that administer. It's kind of like a template to say, we want to apply this logo, this font family, this font size, this font color throughout the app. So you don't have, even though you can change and configure each page, every place differently, but if you wanted to apply a general branding scheme, you can create a theme and apply the theme. Yes, you're correct in your assumption of what a theme is. Okay. And so you can give someone access as a theme designer, but a theme designer would have access to create the theme, but they certainly wouldn't have the access that an App Center manager has. So that's those initial three. And there's two other levels of access. And you can see those two other levels of access here are App Center managers, app creators, theme designers, registered users, and public users. The two I have not talked about are registered users and public users. What's a registered user? Everyone that uses service apps must be at least a registered user. A typical standard user that doesn't administer or configure anything but just uses the app for the intended purpose would have registered user access. It's the basic essential access. If you don't have at least registered user access, you can't do anything in service apps. Public user, not used as often, is least used, but a public user is if you want to use service apps to publish something to the public community that does not require authentication. We call it exposed properties. You can expose properties, a widget, or you can expose information to the public that can be accessed without authentication. And you give the persons like external to your organization to just look at some information or whatever you present that's public, and it doesn't require login credentials. And as soon as a public user clicks on something that does require authentication, it will prompt them for their credentials. And of course, they won't have any credentials, and they cannot access something that's not intended to be exposed to the public. Okay. Any questions about any of those levels of access? App Center Manager, App Creator, Theme Designer, Registered User, Public User. Okay. And again, it's everything that I'm talking about is on the wiki. And there's the different levels of access here. Okay. All right, let's see. Maybe 10:30 or 11. We'll take a break. Let's talk about the buttons on the app gallery and what those different buttons do. And let's go back to the app gallery, the App Store. With the app, running the app, you just hover over it and click run. In talking about these buttons here, this is the edit button, and you will have access to the edit button if you have either, well, of course, if you're an App Center manager, you have access to everything. If you're an app creator, you have the ability and have to edit an app that you created or an app that you duplicated, but you wouldn't have the ability to edit an app that you did not create. And the edit button is simply the way that you edit the app and put it in the design mode and configure the app. Editing the basic properties of the app, such as editing the name of the app, editing the description of the app, is the pencil here. And you're giving it a name versus a display name, specifying a theme. So there are some out-of-box themes that we provide. You can create a theme yourself, or your marketing team can create a theme. But we deliver, and you can actually download some pre-configured themes from the wiki when you download the app template. So there are a set of default themes that come with the system, but you can certainly create your own. And you give it a description here in the properties, and you specify the execution context, which is either pointing your app to the production environment or pointing your app to your sandbox environment, which is generally the two that options that you have. You may ask, what's the difference between the name of the app versus the display name? The difference is the name of the app is what will display in the app gallery here. When the user runs the app, if you want to give the app a different name than what's listed here, this is what you want the user to see when they run it versus what's listed in the app gallery. And that's all there is to it. Okay? So that's those first two buttons, edit and edit the essential properties. This is editing the complete app in edit mode. I'll just click on this, and this is how I get to configure the app, as you may recall. And this takes me back out. Admin. What is admin? Admin is how you control who has access to the app. This is one way that you can control access to the app from the app. It's not the only way. When you are administering access to the app from the app, you use this admin button here. And again, if your profile gives you access to do that, and you would be required to be an app center manager, again, has access to everything. An app creator would have access to administer access of an app that they created. An app creator would not have access to administer access to an app that they did not create. What do we see here? There's default teams or groups. There's an everyone group, and that means everyone. If you wanted everyone to have run access to this app, and by the way, here is run or execute access. This is access to edit the app, and you can give other persons access to administer access to the app. So the first column is admin, who can administer access to the app, who can edit the app or modify the app, and who can just run the app. And of course, you can have all three. Everyone is a default group that really means everyone. So everyone, every user, every group, no one would be denied access to run this app if you check the run box next to everyone. So these are groups. And when I say group, I'm referring to everyone is a default group. Now, what you see here with apps training users, those are profiles. Profiles within, not to make an assumption here. Does anyone not know what a profile is in Service Manager? Okay, so everyone is familiar with what a profile is in Service Manager. And the profile, just quickly, is in Service Manager, it's the level of access that you have, which modules or menus within the menu that you have access to or don't have access to, and whether or not you can edit or add records. So it takes the profile from Service Manager and it creates this name here with the same name. And this way you can administer access in a more proficient way of using the like a team or group, either profile, as opposed to managing at the individual user level. Okay, so I'm just scrolling down, and then you have the individual users, but it's not the most efficient way to manage access. And you should see your names there. It's not the most efficient way to manage access at the individual user level. We do it at what's called the group level. So this button is what administers the access to the app and the level of access that you have to that app. Duplicate, you can duplicate an app. If I take the Portal Standard Workplace app, which I duplicated those apps to the training apps. So the apps with the word training in it are the apps that I duplicated for the training class. And the apps that start with an underscore are the ones that when I give you access, I'll ask you not to modify, even though they're backed up. So you can take an app, click duplicate. It creates a copy of it, and it creates it with the name and puts copy in parentheses. And you have an exact copy of the app, and you can slightly modify it for the purpose that you need it for. There's an export button. The export button is a way to export the app to a file. You just click export, and it saves the app, and you browse to a place on your drive and save the file, and you can import that app back in. So that's a way to back up the app. It's not the only way to back it up. That's one way to back up an app, is to export it to a file. And delete. I think that speaks for itself. Obviously, that's not something that you would want any and everyone to have access to. Delete. Okay, so those are the other buttons across the bottom there. Edit button, edit properties, the admin, the duplicate button, the export button, and the delete button. I assume those are pretty self-explanatory. Okay, we'll move along. And I'll go across the top of the panel here. And I'll go across the top of the panel and talk about the admin panel is how you get to monitoring areas of monitoring the usage of service apps, some data about the statistics and usage. Users management. Users management is how you administer users. You can see with all of the users listed here, it filters by default to all users. You can filter that to app center managers and app creators and theme designers and etc. But you see here, this checkbox is, if it's checked, those are the app center managers versus the app creators, theme designers, registered user, and public user. And you can manage it that way. That's what's under the admin panel. Create app is a button that when you go to create an app, you have two options there with the create app. And the options are, you can click create new app from scratch, and it will create a blank app, which is what I'm going to do this afternoon, and we're going to do when we get there. And recently, this hasn't always been this way. It takes you out to the wiki and all of the template apps on the wiki. You can just click on it to import it. So what we used to do is when you're on the service apps and you want to go to the templates and the service apps templates, the service apps templates on the wiki are under categories of different type of apps, all templates or latest publications, approval management asset. So these are pre-built template apps that you can download from the wiki if you don't want to start from scratch. And in the create, when you can create a new app, but this is going out to those apps on the wiki to just pull them down with the create button. Create shortcut. What is a shortcut? What is a shortcut? A shortcut, this is an example of a shortcut, the service desk shortcut. A shortcut points to one or two apps. I'll show you. When I go to edit this shortcut, you give it a title. You can give it a short URL, and I'll explain that in just a moment. But I want to point to the section here that says application. A shortcut points to another app. So I'm saying when you run the shortcut, I want the shortcut to run this selected app here, the Standard Service Workplace for Training, and open it the home page. You can direct it to a particular page to open when you do that. I'm not going to talk much about the mobile version. That's something that we used to do more so that we don't do so much now. The shortcut, there's a URL to the shortcut. Here's the URL to the shortcut. When you use the URL to the shortcut, which is what you give your users, and that's the only URL that you need to give your users, we used to have a single shortcut, and the shortcut would take the user to this application from the desktop. If the user was using a mobile device, i.e. like a mobile phone, the browser on a mobile phone, this same shortcut link would direct them to the app that's optimized for the mobile device. But using the same URL from the computer screen, from the PC as a mobile device would get them to the applicable app, but they don't have to use two different URLs to do that. This does it for them. More recently, the app is configured for responsive mode, and we'll look at that. Whereas we don't need to point the user to a different app that's optimized for the mobile device. Now we have it where the single device is automatic responsive mode. It automatically adjusts based on whether you log on from a mobile device or a desktop PC or any type, and we'll look at that from a single app, which is better. But more importantly now is understanding the main purpose of a shortcut. The main purpose of the shortcut is when you create a shortcut and you point the shortcut to the production app that you want your users to use, and you provide the URL to the shortcut to your users. That way, if today, let's say Portal Standard Service Workplace Training app is the production app in mode, and this app is directed to from the shortcut, let's say 6 months down the road or a year, however long that might be, probably 6 months, maybe less than that. You want to make some major changes to your app. You can duplicate the app, create a copy, give it a name, and let's say this is Standard Service Workplace app V2. So that's version 2. For now, I'll make the display name the same just to make a point. And this is going to be in development right now. So you have version 2 of your app. The shortcut is currently pointed to this one. What the shortcut allows you to do, your users are using this shortcut that's pointed to this app. While you're making changes to the app version 2 and you're configuring version 2, you're making modifications, you're working on it, no one's using it right now. what the shortcut would allow you to do is when you complete your updates to version 2, you simply go to the shortcut and you redirect the user, the shortcut to version 2. And that way, the next time the user logs on, they're still using the same URL to the shortcut, but it opens and runs version 2. What that just did was allow you to create a copy of the production app. While you're making modifications to the production app, you're not impacting operations. And when you finish making modifications to version 2 and you're ready to roll out and for version 2 to go live, you do not have to give your end users a different URL. They're using the same URL, which is the URL to the shortcut, and you just repointed the shortcut to the different app. Is that clear? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes
Yes.
sense.
Any questions about that? Any questions about the purpose of the shortcut? And one more thing that the shortcut does. The shortcut really simplifies access. The way that the shortcut simplifies access is when I go to the admin panel and I go to Teams Management. Remember I said the teams are synonymous to the Profile and Service Manager? So for this training class, each of you are assigned the Apps Training Profile and Service Manager. Therefore, the first time when you log on, it creates your account in Service Apps and associates your account to the team name that's synonymous to the profile. Therefore, when I administer and manage the apps training team, for which everyone is a member of the apps training team, the only thing that I would need to do, and I'm not going to save this, I'm going to cancel out. I'm just making a point. For your users, the service desk is a shortcut, and you only need to give the users run access to the shortcut, and you're done. And you won't ever need to change that. You will only need to give your users, your end users, run access to the shortcut. They don't need direct access to the app because you can modify the app, you can change the app, but you're not going to change the shortcut URL. You're just going to point the shortcut to the new version of your app. And therefore, that's the only thing that your users need access to. So that significantly reduces, complexity of managing access. I hope that makes sense of what I'm saying about the shortcut. Hopefully. Okay. All right. So I'm going to put this back to the standard service workplace training. And again, that's the URL that will never change for your end user. Okay. It's 10:43. We'll take a break in about, unless someone needs to take one sooner. It's 10:43 Eastern time. We can take a break at 10:45, or we can take a break at 11 Eastern time. Well, in other words, we can take a break now, or we can take a break in 15 minutes, if that works for everyone. If anyone needs to take a break now, just let me know, and we'll take a break now. Or are you good for 15 minutes?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to delete that copy of the app. And we talked about a few things here. Admin panel, create app, create shortcut. We see what a shortcut is. Theme design. When you go into theme design, that is the way I'll show you with the theme design. You can configure widgets. You can configure the font size here for a widget. You can configure the alignment, the font style, the background color, the text color, a whole lot of things that you can configure, margins and fonts and that's the theme design. Import. You can import an app. You can export and import an app. So we saw earlier how we export an app. We use the export button if we have access to export the app, and it exports it to a file. And that's how you can export an app from one platform and import it to another platform. You sometimes you may have a qualification platform. You can build apps in the qualification platform and import it into the production platform, or you can export and share apps between different another customer if you want it. And of course, it's one way that you can go out to the Easy Vista wiki and download one of the app templates and import it. But recently, you don't have to do that. You don't have to go out to the wiki and find the template app and import it. More recently, you can, when you use the Create app, it's showing you the app templates, and you can just click on one of these app templates out there on the wiki and import it that way. But this is not only to import an application. The import button will allow you to go and take a file that was exported from service apps. You can import and export an app, of course. You can import and export a theme. You can import and export a custom widget. So if you create a widget and you can save it as a public custom widget or a private custom widget, like I showed you earlier, but you can also export a widget from another customer, another platform, and import it into the system. So those objects that you can export and import are the entire application, a widget, a theme, and different components that you can import and export with this button. And then a connector is not something that you would configure every day. That would be kind of few and far in between. But if you wanted to connect to a MySQL data source or whatever that might be, you can set up a connector and connect to it and use the data, which would be using service apps as a front end to a SQL database or a MySQL database or something like that. The button here that says My Settings, that's where you see your name. And the settings is just a way that you can, or an end user, and this is not restricted to an administrator, but a user or anyone using service apps can specify the language by default. And service apps and service manager supports 6 languages. The date format in the specific format that you want, and when you do this, that's unique to the individual user. That's not global. The time format default, and as you can see in the bottom corner, the thousand separator and the decimal separator there. And the image, you can display an image of a user or a picture directly in service apps, but most commonly it's displayed from the employee record in Service Manager. And then, of course, a logout button. Of course, can you close the X and just close the browser? Yes, but you don't want to do that. It's suggested that you use the logout button so that it can do a clean disconnect and drop that session or license. But not overly concerned about license in service apps as you are in Service Manager. You have a limited number of licenses in Service Manager where they're usually unlimited, and in only rare cases they're not with service apps. but log off instead of just closing the browser. Okay, so that's an overview before we dive into the details of every page on the app. But from a overview perspective of administering apps generally with the admin panel, what I'll talk about, I think I didn't cover in detail. I talked about those buttons across the top. I talked about the buttons across each app. Let's go back into the admin panel. And here's just information that's showing you statistics of usage of service apps. The most executed apps, when it was last modified, launched, how many times it was launched, how many users are using it, and some general statistics about usage of service apps. And that's really what monitoring is. It lands on the monitoring page. The user management page is where you can manually add new users, which you would do very infrequently. Or you can modify the access of a given user by either just clicking the box next to the user, or you can open the user's record by clicking on it here. And then you can see which apps the user has access to and associate access to the apps for this given user that way, or change the profile level of access there. In the action drop-down, invite, delete, and batch user creation. Invite users is a pre-formatted message. If I select, it's only going to work on users that have never logged in, so it's probably not going to work. If I select these 3 users and I choose to invite users, well, I don't have it connected to a mail server, but the way that would work is it would send a message, and you have the ability to configure that pre-formatted message. But basically, it says you're invited to use service apps. This is the URL, the link to access service apps, and it would also send the user a default password in that link, and they can change it when they log on. But we're talking about the password within service apps. But it would only send the invite to anyone that has never logged on. And delete users is just that. I mean, if you can select some users here and hit delete, and it will delete them. And you can batch create users. If you were importing, and I'm going to make this quick because it's not used that often. As I said, almost no one ever manually creates users in service apps. They're always created automatically, as you would expect. Batch user creation, however, if let's say, for example, if you wanted to, maybe you had some external users that are not part of your Active Directory, but you want to give them access to service apps, limited access. Of course, you could create the users manually by just clicking the plus sign and manually create the user by filling out that form. If you wanted to import them, you could create a CSV file, and the format of the CSV file would have their name, their logon, their email address at a minimum, and you could import them from a CSV file, and you could drop the file in this little box right here, and it would upload it, and it would load them in. The one thing to remember there, but hardly anybody does this, the file that you use to batch create users the delimiter in the CSV file must be a semicolon. Not a comma, but a semicolon. Why it has to be a semicolon, I don't know. That's far above Kent Shiver. But the separator or delimiter in that batch file must be a semicolon. Okay, so that's that. I'll quickly talk about Teams, and there's those email templates that I was talking about. I talked about one to invite the user. You can modify this so it will plug in the user's name here that you're sending it to. You've been given access to Service Manager. It'll put the link in there, and it will actually send them their logon and password a temporary login and password, and they can change it when they log on. But I doubt you're going to do that. The message that goes out for reset password when you come up to the logon screen, if you're logging in directly to service apps, there's a forgot password. A reset password, and there's a forgot password message. Reset password, forgot password. The point is you can modify the content of the message that goes out. And Teams management. One more time, I went over this a little earlier, but the team concept is the most efficient way to manage access within service apps. Every user in Service Manager is associated with a profile. So if I went to a list of employees in Service Manager and I looked at the employees by profile, there might be some in my training environment that don't have a profile, but those 999, that's because I imported them for training. But they automatically inherit the user profile if they're not assigned a profile, which is a parameter setting. But you see the apps training profile, the administrator profile, and the user profile. The team concept in service apps is synonymous to the profile. And so when you see this apps training profile, or probably easier said, if we look at a user's profile, and I think I have one called a training user profile. The point here is the team, the way the CMC configures the system by default, unless you specify otherwise, is the first time the user logs on, it creates the account in service apps because they're logging on via LDAP or SSO. It'll automatically create the account in service apps, and it will automatically associate the user to the team name in service apps that's synonymous to the profile name in Service Manager. And therefore, this user profile, the one I have for training, you can set the permissions to the service desk shortcut for that profile, and you're not managing the access for each individual user. You're managing access at the team level, i.e. the group level, the profile level. And therefore, you don't have to administer access per individual user. You're just managing at the team that they belong to, and they will inherit the permissions of the team. Any questions about the team concept? I want to make sure that's understood. Team name. There's multiple ways that we can create a team. The team name can be synonymous to the group name in Service Manager. I'm assuming you may be familiar with groups like support group, the network support group, or the desktop support group, or the facilities support group. The teams or the support teams in Service Manager can be synonymous to the team names in service apps, and access can be set that way. But more often and most efficiently, the team name in service apps is synonymous to the profile name in Service Manager, because the profile in Service Manager is what controls access in Service Manager, and therefore we're using the same name to control access in service apps, and therefore you manage access at the profile level, and the profile is assigned to the user. Therefore, you don't have to administer access at the individual user level. Any questions about the team in service apps and what it's for and what it does?
Seems clear and confusing at the same time.
Okay, clear and confusing at the same time. So I must not have explained it well.
No, it is. I understood, but it is
okay.
A little bit complicated. If you have to explain so much, then it's not simple, right?
Okay. I got it. I'm explaining too much, but I want to say I like the feedback I don't want to do all the talking, so I really like it when you jump in and say something. So I'll move on to the next topic. And the first thing that I'm going to do is, first of all, are you familiar with the profile concept in Service Manager?
Can you refresh our junior memories?
Okay.
User profile.
Okay, so here's under Administration and Service Manager, there's user profiles. The administrator profile is the highest level of access. And so when I look at this navigation bar over here on the left, I'm using an administrator profile, and I want to show you something really quickly. If I logged on as Alan Shiver, so let me put this side by side. I'm logged on as Kent Shiver here, and you see this navigation bar. Here, I'm logged on as Alan Shiver, and I have less things on the navigation bar. Under administration, I only have access to trends as Alan. Under administration here, I have access to everything under administration. That's controlled by the profile. The profile controls what you have access to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when a user logs on, it creates a team name in Service App synonymous to the profile and associates the user to the profile. And that way, in Service Apps, you configure access assigned to the profile, not the individual user. So in other words, simply put this way, you only have 7 profiles in here, but you may have 500 users. So you wouldn't have to administer access to 500 individual users. You would only have to administer access to 7 teams, because each user is associated with a team that's synonymous to the profile. I'll leave it at that. Okay.
So as soon as they log on to the, I'm going to say the wrong word, service desk, is that it then creates that same ID in Teams then? Is that again, Service Apps? Sorry.
Right. So here's what happens. When the user logs on, it's because I logged on. Different user. Hang on just a minute. Let me log out here. I'd like to try to explain by demonstration. Let's see. Okay. When the user logs on to Service Apps, let me just do this real quick. Yeah, it's using Service Manager as your trusted provider. So just a second. When a user logs on to Service Manager, it creates the account in the user. So it creates the account here with a name and email address. And also, I'll just click on my Alan Shiver record here. And I can see what I have access to. But it also creates a team name synonymous to the profile that I'm associated with. And when it creates the team name, Apps Training is the profile name of Service Manager. So it creates a team name called Apps Training, and it associates Alan Shiver to this team. And therefore, since Alan Shiver, the user, is associated with this team, I can just set the permissions for the team, and I don't have to set the permissions for each individual of the team, because the user inherits the permissions of the team.
Understood. So in the event that a user somehow gets elevated rights within like the service manager tool, will that then transfer over as well? Or do we have to come into service apps and make that change?
Good question. The answer is it will transfer over.
Okay.
You do not have to come in. So if a user today in Service Manager is associated with the standard tech profile, and then you reassign them to the administrator profile,
Yep.
It will update in Service Apps the next time they log into Service Apps.
Perfect. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Good question.
Yeah. So then that just kind of checks it with each login to validate that they are where they're supposed to be within Service Apps Builder.
That's correct. Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so the time went by. I'm actually not supposed to go past 2 hours without taking a break. I went 5 minutes past 2 hours, so forgive me. It's 11:05. I'll see you back in 15 minutes. So I'll see you back at 11:20 Eastern time. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
I'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay. Question.
Data source, yes.
A data source is associated to a widget. So if the widget is to display some data from the data source, it must be connected to a widget. However, as we will see, there are some areas that do not need to be connected to a data source because it's not pulling data. It has the function to link to other pages. I will explain.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So this type of page, it's a type of page where you do not need a source because
Correct.
the information that is displayed as here are just type of or static type of pages, probably.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Okay, so going to look at the, I could click on the widgets and go into the embedded header page here, and you see it's a few more clicks, but this gets us to that embedded header, which is what we're looking at here now. And on the embedded header, I'll start with the logo. And the way that the logo works is, first of all, this is what's called a secure HTML type widget. So if I were to go to add widget, I'm not going to add one, and I went under the basic category, there's a secure HTML widget. You can use a secure HTML widget to enter text or data, or you can use it to display an image. And so when I click on this widget, you give it a name, a logo. You can just name it whatever, but it's named logo because that's what it's for. That's what it's used. And how do we get the logo in there? In the HTML code little window here, you see some HTML code, and you click the little box with the pencil. The pencil means this is where you go to configure it. And we get an HTML window where we could add some text. I'm going to delete that logo for just a moment. And now I have no logo, just to show you how I can put it back. When I click the pencil here to configure, there's several options or things that I can do. I can go to add a page link and a number of other things. But what we're focused on right now is right here, there's a little icon that says insert image. Insert image. When I click on the insert image, there are images in the service apps out of the box. So the standard images or icons under the general people or device icons. So I'll show you device icons. There's several like that if you want to use those in places. There's some arrow icons. There's some people icons here and different types of icons, miscellaneous icons. Those are standard icons within service apps. But if you want to get an image, you can go to uploaded images that are already uploaded and use the same image that has been uploaded. You can use it in a different place. or you can add a local image, or you can add an image via URL. So you can point a URL to an image, or you can actually go and upload the image. So I just put one image out here in this folder, and there's the Creighton logo. And when I click on it, it adds it to the images gallery, as you see here. And when I want to use it in that space, I just click on it, and there's my image. You can configure the properties of the image and resize it. One of two things. I'm going to intentionally allow it to be too large right now. So I'm just going to click OK. And see, it doesn't fit in that widget without scrolling. I can do one or two things. I can increase the size of the widget height. So the widget height is 80 here. If I make it maybe 100, you see it grows a little bit. Or if I make it maybe 120 or 130, or if I make it 140, and now it fits in there, and I can continue, and now there's no scroll. That's one way to do it. But if you adjust the height of that widget, then you would need to adjust the height of all the widgets on the same row. Otherwise, it's not going to look uniform with the widgets on that row. So I'm going to put this back to, I think it was 80. And what you can do is you can adjust the size of the image here in the editor. I click on it, and I can either remove it, or I can replace it with a different image, or when I go to image styles, here it will keep my ratio, and I can reduce that from this size, and let's say I want to reduce the height to maybe from 120 to, I don't know, let's say 90. And it will keep the ratio. So it's a little smaller. It might fit. But the point is, I can keep adjusting that until it fits if I don't want to adjust the height of the widget. That's the point that I'm making. And let's say if I take that down to 50, if I take that down to 50, it's going to make it smaller, but it fits in the window. I'm just showing you what you can do. Okay, so that's how you add an image. You click the HTML code box, you click Insert Image, and you go out and grab the image, or you can adjust, you can replace it with a different image, or you can adjust the style of the image and change the ratio, the height and the width of the image. Okay. The next item here is the navigation named widget, which is a menu widget. A menu widget. If I go to add widget, and under the basic category of widgets, there's the menu widget here. A menu widget has multiple purposes. You can use a menu widget to add links to other pages. You can have a menu widget to add links to URLs or external websites. You can use a menu widget to create a new incident. You can add a button to and a menu widget to create a new incident or new service request, which we're going to see that. In this case, we're using the menu widget for navigation to navigate to the home, get, fix, and status pages. And notice, as the question was asked just a moment ago, which was a good question, this widget, neither this widget nor this widget are connected to a data source because we're not pulling any data. So the data source is blank. Notice the 4 columns. We have 4 items in here. And the way this is configured is here. These data elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4, where the name home, get, fix, and status is, even though out of the box, this template app puts some HTML in the name of it, you don't have to do it that way. I could just simply type home right here, and I would have, if I type home here, that's the name that you see here. In the configuration of this and what it's doing, when I click that pencil, I'm going to make this simple right now. What was there previously is some text that will do a translation. I'm trying to simplify it right now. So let me exit out of this and explain. When I enter here, I already saved it. Let's take another one. The get. It says translation get. What that means is it's using a translation where it would translate that word to the 6 different languages. And in the translation of the words, you select from it, and it's a way that you can configure it to translate from the 6 different languages. And I'll just kind of pop off over here for a second since I'm talking about it. With translation, you can import an Excel file. You have a keyword, and then you have the word in English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and I think it's I don't remember. I don't speak any of those languages. So, but there's 6 languages, and that's what you were looking at when you first looked at this. I just changed it without the translation to simplify. So here, what we're doing is say we're going to label this link as home, and the link type is a page link. So we can specify whether it's linking to a website in a new window, or replace the existing window, or use an application button or logout button. So there's different link types. In this case, we're using a page link, and we're linking to the home page. This widget is on every page, and regardless of which page you're on, when you click on it, it will go back to the home page, because the link says go to the home page, and here are all the pages. So that's what that's doing. Okay, so this one that says get, fix, and status, I'll just touch on those. This is the one that says get. It's a page link to the get page. Lots of things that you can do there. I'll take the status page, for example, at the bottom. So if I wanted to add an additional item to this, and I click the plus sign to add a new item, a data element, I can give it a name. I'm just saying test for demo. And the way that I can realign that is change the column number from 4 to 5, since I added one item, and now it spaces it out for me. And I could go into the configuration of test and say I want the test to link to a particular page, and I want it to link to, I'm just picking a page. I could change the background color. I could change the icon color to something. I can change the label color. I'm just making up some colors. And I know that looks crazy, but the background color, the text color is different. So I'm going to take that back off and change that back to 4 columns, and it spaces it out. The simple point that I'm making now is this is a menu widget, and it's used for the purpose of linking to other pages. And that's how you can get to any page from any page, because this widget is embedded. It's on all pages. And when you click on one of the links on that widget, regardless of which page you're on, you can get to any page from any page, if that makes sense. Okay. So that's that widget, and I'm just touching on, I'll get more into the deep configuration properties of the widget, but I'm just communicating what that is. And this little section here where you see the numbers in red, that's showing you on the See My Request page, for example, how many service requests you have open, how many incidents you have open, how many tasks you have to complete, and how many discussions you have available. So in looking at how that's configured with those numbers, we go to this widget here, which is also a menu widget, and it's called KPIs, and it's using some information And here's where it's getting the information from and the icons. Being that it's a menu widget, the label, we're not using a label, but we're using an image. And we can upload the image by either just clicking right here to select that icon that you saw with the little question mark. I can click right here and go to the uploaded images and oh, there it is right here. There's the image that's being used there. If I go into the configuration properties of that item in the menu widget, I can also click right here to select an image and then configure it. So that's an image to a page link. It's going to look at the number of requests. What it's also doing in taking this a step further, it is using a source here for the KPI to display that number. So in other words, this number here, the number 16 for 16 open service requests, where that's coming from is on the indicator tab of the menu widget data item. It's using the My Request KPI data source, the My Request KPI data source. And the My Request KPI data source is using a report like a trend to show the number of open service requests for the logged on user. The number of open service requests for the logged on user. So really quickly, if you remember My Request KPI, I can go to data sources here and I can find the My Request KPI data source right here. This shows me the number of places that data source is used. I could duplicate the data source or I could delete the data source, but when I click on the data source, it goes to the configuration properties of the data source. And just like I had shown you before, the My Request KPI data source is an evVista type data source that's using this connector, and it's going out and using the report apps-employee requests. And it's using the request in progress and the view status. And that's how it's counting and summarizing the records from that report. So when the user clicks on this link, it takes them to the My Request page. And in the demo, I have 16 open incidents for myself. I'm sorry, 16 open service requests. Okay. And likewise, the number 20 is 20 open incidents for the logged on user. The number 27 is 27 tasks. So my requests, my issues, my tasks. And that's how that shows the numbers or the indicator on the menu widget, the KPI menu widget. On the configuration properties, I'll go to the incident one here, the second one, and it's going to a page link, and it will take you to the issue page to see my issues. And it's using an indicator function, and it's using the My Issue KPI, whereas the other one previously was using the My Request KPI. So it's summing up and counting the number of open issues for the logged on user, and the other one was counting up and summarizing the number of open requests for the user by using the indicator function, the show indicator on the menu widget item. Any questions about that before I continue? Okay. And again, you see, we're not using a label. We're not putting a label on the item, but we have this just defaulted to label, but really it's blank. But we're using an icon as opposed to a label, and we're using the indicator function to display a number on that item next to the icon. Okay. And this is a place where on the next two widgets, or actually the next three widgets, what I normally do is say there's a better way, a different way to do this. And this means you see here the image of the logged on person and the log out button. The image and the log out button, there's always more than one way to do something. This widget here is just a spacer widget. It's not it's not displaying anything other than creating a space between this indicator widgets and the picture widget here. Again, this is a template app that's built by the product team in France. I would do this differently here, and here's why. This could be more simplistic, but let me communicate what type of widgets these are first. This widget here is a secure HTML widget that's named profile, and it works. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying there's an easier way to accomplish the same thing. In the configuration of this widget, you could go to the code view if you know HTML, or you could just, and there's information there, but based on the color, it's hidden. And it's using a field to go to the picture name. So in the data source, it's going to get the name of the person and it's going to get the picture from the employee record. What you can see here is going to the employee table, AM employee, and it's going to the picture path field. And it's going to the AM employee record and getting the last name, which is the name of the user. Here we have an authentication widget. The authentication widget has a logout button, and the show logout is checked, and that's the only purpose that it's serving right now. My point of how this can be done easier is the authentication widget has the ability to show the picture within the same widget, and therefore you wouldn't need that spacer. So here's what I'm going to do just for purposes of training. I'm going to delete this profile widget from the training app here. First of all, I click on here and I say remove widget. Widget's gone. I'm going to click here and delete that column. And I'm going to click here and delete that column. So the spacer column and the column that was showing the picture has been removed. Notice it spaces out the indicator widget wider, but I can click the little box here to bring that back in a little bit like that, for example. And what I can do with the authentication widget is simply click the box that says show avatar, and it will show the picture. I can click the box to say show the name, and it shows the name. I can remove the name, not show the name, or show the name. I could show the picture or not show the picture. I could show the profile. When you click on it, it doesn't change it over here, but it would open the profile. And so my point is I just I created the picture in a single widget without using multiple widgets. Always more than one way to do something. I could align that center. I could increase or decrease the size of the logout button, that logout size. I could make it, I'm talking about this red logout button over here. I could make it larger or smaller as such. The size of the picture, the avatar, I could increase the picture size. I made it just big so that you could see what I'm doing. Etc. I could change the logout color button to, I don't know, something crazy like orange. It changed to orange, or I could change it to green, as you see here, etc. So all the properties are configurable, but my point is I accomplished the same thing in one widget as it was in the template with 3. Okay?
I assume that these new options are new features probably, right? To add a
No,
name and
no, it's not new features actually. It's just how someone decided to build the template in France, to be honest with you. Uh, I'll give it to you straight. That's not a new feature. That's just an alternative way to accomplish the same thing that someone decided to do that built this template app. Yep. Okay. So now we understand what's across the top and how it gets there. The logo, if I refresh that, the logo, I think I decreased the size of the logo. Yeah. So when I refresh the page, the logo fits there, but there's many things that I could do with the logo, make it larger, etc. But now we know how these links here work, and these indicators, and the log off, log out, showing the avatar button, and that takes care of that one. So we'll keep going. Let's go to the news widget here. What is news? News articles, if you don't know, in Service Manager, you can create a news article. The news article is like an announcement. You want to publish an announcement maybe about an outage, or an announcement about an upcoming outage, or whatever the news is, through a news article. And the news article, I'll just pull one of them up really quickly. News articles show information about remote access or travel restrictions that are going to be in effect, or remote access is going to be unavailable on a certain date and time. And you can make the news article public or not public, and etc. So how do we get to that? Remember, there are embedded pages, and there was an embedded header, embedded news, and embedded search. So we are going from the embedded header to the embedded news. And from the embedded news, we see a simple secure HTML widget here that simply says news. But it's using the translation, where it can translate between the 6 different languages. So that's where that's coming from. Or you could just type information in there. And next to it is a data viewer widget. And the data viewer widget is called news. So this here is just a label. And then beside it is actually a data viewer widget that's going out and pulling the news articles and making the news article scroll across the screen. So there's a wireless news article, there's a remote access unavailable. If the user clicks on that, it will bring up more detailed information for the news article, and the news article scroll. These news articles that I showed you here, when you create them in Service Manager, they will display in Service Apps on this news screen here. And again, this is a data viewer widget, and the data source is news. Obviously, it needs to be connected to a data source if it's pulling some records or data. And EasyVista Connector is going to general my data and news. It's using a none filter and a list. So it's going to it's not using a report because you really don't need to use a report for this widget, because the data that's coming from the news articles is just data that a news article is for a finite period of time. You can set an expiration date on the article, or you can actually put a manual date for it to end and it will disappear. And you can determine which news articles are public to be displayed to the end user, and which news articles are not to be public, that only the back office technicians can see, but the end user cannot see. It's just a checkbox on the news article of public or not public. Okay, so that's what this is here, with these things scrolling across the screen there. And then the search widget. How do I put in some information about a Yeah, there's some knowledge articles about cannot print or print driver corrupt, or and there's some information about a knowledge article that is a knowledge article. The data source here is embedded search. Embedded search. And how do I? That you see here in the run mode, how do I is just a secure HTML widget that's text. Let me show you how simple this can be. This here is just using, again, the translation how do I, and you go and get the how do I tag from the translation, or you could simply just type in, I'm showing you just how simple this can be. How, if I can spell, how do I? Could be something just like that. And it displays here. That's just text. This widget here, where it actually, what you enter this to search on, where you actually search as a knowledge base, where you enter the text. That is a search filter widget. And the name of the filter is search. You can label it whatever, search filter, search. I'll just say search demo. You can change the label of the widget and, of course, the type of widget. And if I were to go to add widget and I went to the category of the Easy Vista widgets, there's the search filter widget here. So when I click on this widget, it has a name, and what you're searching on is it is using a data source that's called search. In the search data source, on that page where it puts out the results, where you saw the knowledge article information in the middle. So that's the data. That's the actual widget that it's using. And excuse me, the data source is called knowledge base, the actual data source. The knowledge base data source is also not using a report. It's actually it's going directly to the knowledge base in the transition module. And that's how it's pulling that information. Okay. So let's go back to the embedded search quickly. And we saw the Easy Vista filter widget, and I want to communicate a few more things about the Easy Vista search type widget here, the search filter type widget. I'm sorry, that's a target page. I didn't say that correctly a moment ago. This is targeting a page so that when you perform the search and it finds the results, it's saying to output the results of the search on this page. The get data source and the incident catalog and the knowledge base. What I don't find honestly very useful is this is searching through the service request catalog, and this is searching through the incident catalog, and it's looking at fields of data like notes or comments on the catalog, which most customers don't use. So 9 times out of 10, I remove the get part of the search to search the catalog and the incident catalog, unless you have useful information in the comment or notes field of the catalog. But of course, the knowledge base data source is the one that's most important. And in the knowledge base data source, it's searching on the title of the knowledge article, the knowledge article number, the contents, or the status. So when you enter information in this field, it's searching through the knowledge base articles, and it's searching specifically in the title field, the contents field, and the status field. And one field that I add to this is the keywords. Keywords is not here right now out of the box by default, but on a knowledge base article under transition, not news article, but a knowledge base article has keywords that you can search on. So for example, like printing problems, I pick one that doesn't have any keywords. Let's pick a different one. Videos are not displayed correctly. In this knowledge article, I have display and video as keywords, so you can enter information in the search from the title, that text, or the contents text out of box, or I always add the ability to search on the keywords from the knowledge article also. It's not there right now, but it can be added. And how do you do that is you just click in this field. So if I were to just, let's say, remove title. And when I click on this field, I just go back and click on title. Or when I click here, the available fields that I can search on are there. And you can specify which fields that is searched on when a knowledge search is performed. Okay, we'll keep moving unless there are questions. Or create incident.
I have a question.
Okay.
But it's so we stated that on a page we cannot have different sources, but you know, all these tests that I saw, that you have a source to request, a source to incident, or a link to incident. This one, it's you know, you have news, and then you have, you know, this search part. How is that possible?
The data source is not specific or directly linked to the page. The data source is specific to the widget on the page, if that helps. The data source brings data into the widget on the page. So you put a widget on the page, you can put multiple widgets on the page, and each widget can be connected to a different data source, if that helps. The data source is not specific to the page. The data source is specific to the widget or widgets on the page. Okay. Yep. So the next button here is the or create incident. So it's just a way if the user knows that they don't want to search the knowledge base, they don't want to go any further. I just want to submit an incident right now, or create incident, and that's a link here. You can't see it until I hover over it. It's on this page, but when I hover the mouse, it's right there because it's the color background doesn't have any background color in that design mode. But here's how this works. You can specify, and here's what's working here. In the template apps, the background color and the text color in most places is using a variable that's programmed through CSS. And so the background element and the color element is specified in CSS, and that gets a little deeper down in the weeds in CSS. But again, you don't have to do it that way. You could specify your own color. This is the way the out-of-box template is set to work. In the configuration of that box here where it says or create incident, it's configured here. And I'm going to remove this and put it back. And when I say remove it and put it back, I'm saying I'm just going to delete this to show you how it gets there. The text says or create incident, and it has some background color, which can be changed. If I click on this, I can go to the button editor before I remove it. And I want to point out that that button is connected to a catalog before I delete it. That button is connected to a catalog in this path, and it's the catalog in the under the incident catalog portal and email submitted via self-service portal. We can see that here in the catalog, incident catalog. And from the incident catalog in Service Manager, there's portal and email parent level category. When I drill that down, there's the submitted via self-service portal catalog. And that submitted via self-service portal catalog has a workflow that's linked to it, and that's getting kind of a little beyond. But I'm going to just communicate that that's what you see here. And so in the style, you can change the background color of the button, the text color, the hover color, the font size, etc. So I'll do this very quickly. I'm going to delete that. And this content box is blank now. I'm going to click back on that, and I'm going to go to advanced tags. And from advanced tags, I'm going to go to Easy Vista here. And when I click on Easy Vista, hang on, data source is not linked. Employees, let me check this data source real quick. I didn't want to get ahead of myself. It must be a data source that can access the catalog. So I'm just going to do this real quick here. I'm going to connect this to catalog. References, incident catalog. I passed it. Internet catalog, where are you? Catalog, internet catalog. And we'll use non-filter and list. When you configure a data source, like I just did, when you configure, I'm going to rename that. When you configure a data source, as soon as you select the filter and the view and the last item, this little blue box says loading data. And when it displays a number of rows and columns, that tells you that you are seeing and pulling data. We're going to see that a little later. If this box says no data, then you don't need to go any farther. Something is wrong. It's not pulling any data. So make sure that you see. So I'm going to just break this. I'm going to break this again to show you. Okay, so I remove the filter and the view, and it says no data available. No data is coming in through that data source. As soon as I select a filter and a view, and it says loading data, and when it displays rows and columns, you know it's pulling data. And you can click on it, and you can actually see the data that's being pulled. My point is simply, if this blue box in the data source does not show any data, there's no point in going any further until you figure out why. Okay. So I'll just click here, and I'll click here. I think it's working right now. And okay, just save. Let me save this. Go back to embedded search. Embedded search. And here, and click on here. It's connected to the catalog. There it is. Okay, just need to be refreshed. So when I click on new request from the Easy Vista element, that can be you can add a page link to another page. You can go to the data picker to pick the data elements or items that are in the list view of that data source. In this case, we want to use the Easy Vista option and new request. when I use the option to create a new request, I can give it a name, create incident, or create incident. I can add a parameter if I wanted to. I can add something to the style. You can specify other options and fields there, but what I don't see is the catalog GUID right now. But I'll just make this point and move on. On that button here, the background color, the text color, the font color, you can configure that here. You can say the background color is white, the text color is black, or you can say the background color is yellow and the text color is black. And when you hover over it, I'll just pick a different color. When you hover, maybe red, and the text color on hover is a different color. And the font size, you can increase the font size. And so when I click OK, now you see what it's going to display. And it says or create incident, and it has that background color in it, and the text color that I selected as black, etc. So that doesn't look quite right, but I'm just making a point here right now. I could configure that button, the button editor. I can go back into it and change the style of the colors. I just made it some crazy color right now, but you can configure the background, the text color, the hover color, etc. The next item we need to move along. I'm looking at the time now. Is these three buttons here are buttons that actually link to other pages. As I have said previously, there's more than one way to accomplish something. These are using, when I say these, I'm talking about these three boxes here, the green, blue, and the red. Now, if I go back to the home page, that's on the home page. And on the home page, when I click on I need something. We looked at this briefly earlier. The I need something is a secure HTML widget. And in the secure HTML widget, it has some configuration in here that's using translation. And this translation right here that says I need is, again, a way that it's using a translation that I showed you in that little Excel view that would translate the words between the 6 different languages. But if it's a single language, you don't have to do it that way. And instead of just putting the word in, we're using a word that has a translation to it. So when the user selects the interface language, it will pull the appropriate language for the user. Get software, etc., and show me. There is some HTML, of course, behind everything, as you know. And in looking at the HTML behind this, you can click this little icon right here to see the code view. I can actually blow this up to full screen size. And when I can reduce it back from full screen here. And this actually lets me look at the HTML code. And what I can see is a link here, a page link. So when you click on that button that says I need something, it's linking to this page, and the page link, this is the GUID number of the page. That's the GUID number. I'm going to pop back out of here. When I click on I need something and it links, you can actually see it in the URL. You can see the page GUID at the end of the URL. When I click on the I need something button and it goes to browse the service catalog, it's going to this page with that page GUID that ends in 916. And I know this, I'm just showing you, that's getting down in the weeds. That's that GUID right there that go to that page. But you don't have to use the HTML code. Okay. And that works the same for I need something and something is broken and see my request. So I'll just go to I'll just click on this one really quick. Something is broken. It's not connected to a data source because we're not pulling data. We're linking to a page. And this is linking to the something is broken page, and this is linking to see my request page. And it works pretty much the same, but it has the HTML code in it. And there's the page link that it's linking to. We're going to see, and I'm moving along now because I'm going to show you how to use a menu widget that can accomplish the same and link to a page easier, which I showed you already, if you don't remember, in the menu widget across the top when I was looking at this menu right here and how it was linking to the other pages. You could accomplish this, what you see on the home page here, with the menu widget as well. There's always more than one way to do something. Okay, so what we've covered is this entire first page. The items across the top, the news, the how do I to get, the little create incident button, and the 3 widgets at the bottom. And I just want to point out, get help. There's 2 things that we typically do with the get help. With the get help, we can link the get help to the page that's within service apps to get help, and it provides some information. We can typically modify this page. It can have some popular resource links to common recurring type problems and common links within your organization. And this get help button here. But the point that I want to point out now is if you have Easy Vista Self-Help installed, when I talked about this morning, the enhanced version of knowledge management, the smart knowledge, the flow-based knowledge, this get help button, and the objective is we point this get help button to the EV self-help knowledge. And the goal is for the end user to help themselves with the knowledge base and the flow-based knowledge that you have built. And if the knowledge base helps them solve their issue, which is the goal, and reduce the number of tickets, that's fantastic. And if they find the help with the EV self-help knowledge and help themselves, an incident does not get logged. But if they don't find the help that they need using the self-help, then an incident is logged, and only after they after they browse the EV self-help knowledge. So I'm just communicating this verbally right now and saying that the ultimate goal is for this link here to go to the Easy Vista Self-Help Intelligent Knowledge, the workflow-based knowledge, where the user can help themselves and an incident does not get logged. And then only when they don't find what they're looking for, an incident gets logged. And that normally opens some questions or discussions. So I'm just pausing to say, is that a goal that your organization might have to implement EV self-help in the future based on what I just said? And even though you haven't seen it yet, maybe. Don't know what self-help is. Okay. Let me try to show you something really quickly here, if I can make it fast. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes.
It just got quiet. Yep. Has anyone seen self-help? I'm just going to make this really quick.
Yes.
Okay, you have. Okay. Then you know about it already. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just make this really quick. Has anyone not seen self-help? Let me ask it that way. Okay.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, I'll just try to make this really quick here. So EV self-help, this is just the welcome screen, and it's just showing you information about self-help itself. And like procedures is like, you can see this is like flow-based driven procedures. So it kind of searches where if you're looking for, I don't know, something like a, and it drills down to get information on a procedure, how to create a sub procedure. So I'll just do something basic for now, and it kind of looks like this. It has pictures, and it has a next page of how you do something. So it's an article about creating a self-help procedure, and you go next, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to pop out of this online help right there, and I'm going to just do something really quickly here. Let me find one that let's use this one. Labs, something that I created in a training environment. Is that Lab C virtual images point and click? Yeah, that one's good enough. Phone hotspot. Let's just give you an idea of what I'm talking about with EV Self-Help for those that have not seen it. So you see how this looks sort of like a workflow in Service Manager, and it's telling the user how to set up a hotspot on their phone, and you create this flow of how to set up a hotspot between an iPhone and an Android phone, and based on what they click on, it takes them down the iPhone path and the Android path. Has anyone here gone through the EV Self-Help training? Okay, no one has gone through the EV Self-Help training. And if you look at this workflow when I run it, I'm going to show you what happens here. So it popped up on my other monitor. So here's an intelligent knowledge. It says how to set up a personal hotspot. Do you want to set it up on an Android or an iOS phone? And so if I select iPhone, it goes down that path in the tree of the knowledge article, and it has some information about setting up a personal hotspot. If I go next, what you can do with the image is you can actually embed links on the image to say, if I'm setting up Wi-Fi or hotspot for Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or USB. So in the path, let me pop this up. What I'm doing right here is saying, are you setting up an iPhone for iOS Wi-Fi or iOS Bluetooth or iOS USB? That's a branch. And so the user is making that decision by actually clicking on the image. I'm going to just say Bluetooth. And when I click on that, it takes me to the article information about a Bluetooth. If I go back to previous and say I'm doing it for Wi-Fi, it takes me down the path of doing it for Wi-Fi and all the related information. And I click next. Do you still need assistance? Meaning, did this knowledge article help me? Yes or no? No, I'm good. Or yes, I do. If I choose no, I'm good, that takes me to the end of the procedure. And I'm going to intentionally try to go back here for just a moment. As if I had chosen yes, I still need help, then it would create an incident in Service Manager. That's the point I'm making. So if I choose Wi-Fi, I read this article and get the information I need, and I choose next, and it asks me, do you still need assistance? If I say, yes, I do, you fill out a form here, and you enter the information. It's just like entering a description when you're submitting a ticket in Service Manager, and it will actually create a ticket in Service Manager for the applicable category that you would have set up with this knowledge article. Yeah, and that's just information there. So I'm just showing you how EV self-help, and that's actually in the run mode, and it's already created the incident, and it's showing me the ticket number that it created, the request number in my instance of Easy Vista. So I just kind of hopped off the path for just a moment in case anyone has not seen EV self-help. and it's intelligent knowledge, and it certainly does a lot more than the standard out-of-box knowledge base. It's flow-based knowledge, intelligent knowledge. You're guiding a user down a path to help themselves, so that less tickets get logged, which is the goal anyway. Okay, and my point was, this button can either point to go get help by logging an incident immediately, or it can go to the EasyVista self-help knowledge, and you can browse the knowledge base to get help, and a ticket is not logged. I just wanted to take a moment to expose you to that if you're not exposed to it, and maybe that's something that you can think about for the future of having your users help themselves more, as opposed to just logging incidents for the next 20 years. Any thoughts or comments, questions about that? Okay, how is the self-help working in this interface? The way that the self-help is working within this interface is right here. There's a page out of the box just called broken SH. Something is broken self-help, or something is broken not self-help. What we're looking at here is something is broken not self-help. If we use the page something is broken self-help, it's not connected right now, so you're not going to see it full blown, but it would link to the broken self-help page, which is a page that's using a self-help widget that's running. And again, it's not, I don't have it connected right now, but it would execute the use of EV self-help like within an iframe of service apps, so the user doesn't have to go. You can run self-help independent of service apps by providing the user an external URL to use self-help, or they can use self-help within an iframe of service apps, if that helps answer your question. Yes, pretty much. Yes. When it looks that using it in an iframe in service apps, you would still be in service apps, and it would look like what you first saw when I logged on and I was searching through a procedure. Yeah, I won't go back in it, but the bottom line is, if you use EV self-help external to service apps, or if you use it internal to service apps, and if you use an internal to service apps, it's functioning within an iframe, like an iframe, if you will. But what you see is the same. The ability to search knowledge articles, to execute the knowledge article, to go to the next page, to go down a particular branch, it looks the same within the iframe. But the point is, the user never leaves service apps. Okay. All right. So let's see, where am I? Okay, I had covered the 3 buttons on the home page, and now I was getting ready to go to the get page. So I think what I'm going to do is cover this really quickly, and perhaps we should take a lunch break. Would you like to take a lunch break at 12:30 or 1 o'clock, or do you have a preference? And if you're wondering if we're going to do hands-on exercises, yes, we are after lunch. Any preference for lunch now or lunch at 1 o'clock?
No preference for me.
Okay.
Either way is fine with me.
Okay. Well, let's take lunch in 2 minutes, and we'll take lunch at 12:30. Come back at 1:30. Maybe the sooner we get back, the sooner we can finish. So what I will cover when we come back is the get page, which is this page here, which I could get to from either the link or here, and talk about the service catalog. We really need to look at the report that's providing the filters and views through the data source to display the catalog, the service request catalog, the filters, and this search field, and how those three widgets work together. And yeah, we'll stop here. And I'll, so the rest I think I can move through a little faster. And then at the end, what we're going to do is take a quick look at the dashboard app briefly. But I'm going to create a basic app from scratch. You're going to see me create some pages. I'm going to create some widgets. I'm going to create some data sources, and I'm going to put them all together, and then we're going to do it together as an exercise. Okay, let's call it lunch now at 12:30 Eastern Time, and I'll see you back in 1 hour.
Okay.
All right. See you in 1 hour.
Thanks.
All right. This is Kent. I'm back.
Hello.
I'm here.
Hey, Kent, I'm here.
Okay. I hear 2 of 4. Three of 4.
Did you hear I'm here? This is
Now
Ray.
I do. Now I do.
Okay.
Okay, looks like we're all back. We shall continue. I'm sharing my screen now. And we were just about to cover the get page where we browse the service request catalog. And so let's go back into the edit mode. And we want to look at this page, which is the get page. And of course, we know how we get there, either clicking on get from the menu or click on show me for I need something. And that gets us here. And we can go to the page called get. On this page, let's first take a look at the filters. So we know the embedded header. So that header that we modified that we say is on every page so that you can get to any page from any page, you can see that it's embedded on every page. I'll actually go and start with this little bar at the top. That's simply a bar that says choose a category and search. Quickly, that's all there is to it. Choose a category and search, which is the text in here, but it's using the translation. If you wanted to change the background color of that from green and change the text color, for example, we'll do that real quickly. I'll choose not to use the background color, the default. I'll pick a background color, let's just say red. And there it's red. And as opposed to the text being black, you can change the text to be white on the red background, and it would look like that. So we'll do some of that during the exercise, but you really can brand and color scheme every component almost everywhere. So that's just a bar that's using a secure HTML widget that has some text in it. That's called a title category is the name of the widget. And then the filter widget here that filters the catalog items based on these items here. This filter widget is using the get data source, and the data source properties, click on the pencil, and we look at the connector, and we go and see a report called apps new request. The apps new request report using all services in the list filter. I think we looked at that report already, but under service operation and reports, under the standard service workplace folder, there's apps new request report here. And it's using filters. This widget is a filter widget. It's an EasyVista filter widget under the category under add widget, and the EasyVista category, the EasyVista filter widget. And the filter widget, when I click back on it, the filters can be selected. So in looking at this report in Service Manager, here are the list of filters. And if I go into the edit mode of the report, these filters, all services, incidents, hardware, infrastructure, etc. What that's doing, it has some advanced SQL behind it, but essentially, if we take a look at the software filter, the software filter has these items associated to it, and in looking at this in parallel, let me just kind of go to the service request catalog itself before we look at the report again. And looking at the service request catalog itself, you see these top layers, the high level, the top level, and the catalog is a hierarchical structure. And so the tree view, it drills down to software. It's at the top level. And then on the software, there's software related to database software, and there's 7 items under there, and it drills down as such. And this is the last level. So you see the breadcrumb, service request catalog, software, database, and these are the items under database. Likewise, if we went under hardware, endpoint hardware, and these are the last level items there. The filter in the report is looking at the top levels in the tree, and it's using these top levels as the filter that you see across here. So if I were to go and look at the report now, the report for hardware, when I click on it to configure it, you're going to see, I don't know if has anyone never seen how you create a filter in Service Manager, or is anyone familiar with filters in Service Manager? Or is this new information?
I use them all the time.
Okay, Tabitha?
Yes.
Okay. So basically what this is doing is it's looking at service request catalogs, and it's selecting catalogs where the cannot be requested is not checked, meaning we force the user to drill down to the last level. We don't want them to select the top level. We make sure the end of availability is blank, which is basically the end date. So the catalog is not, it doesn't pull archived catalogs. But more specifically here, the service description last level is just drilling down to that level in the tree. So if I went under service request, there's hardware, and there are subcategories under hardware, but we want to stop at that level and just select hardware, and then it automatically includes all of the children categories under hardware that meet the filter criteria. And that's how we have that filter for hardware, versus if I chose a filter for software, then we're just stopping at that level in the tree under service request and software. when I select software at that level, it automatically includes all the sub-levels underneath software. But we don't want to, we want to keep it simple for the end user. We don't want the end user to have to click too many times or drill down. We just want them to select a few filters and keep it simple for the end user. Okay, just wanted to communicate how that report is working. So the filters that you see in the report here, in the data source, when I click the selected filters, the filters are listed here. It's reading from that report. And the boxes that are checked are the filters that display as you see on the screen in Service Apps. So it's actually reading the filter names from the report. Okay. The service name where you search for a catalog item. So if I was under software and I was looking for Adobe, when I select the filter and I enter Adobe and I want to filter the catalogs down to all the catalogs with the word Adobe, that's what I just did by entering in this search field here, and it's searching the catalogs from within this selected filter. Notice there's an all services filter, meaning it's showing all. This would show all catalogs, and it's not really filtered. My point about this search field is that in the data source, it's using the same data source, the get data source. The filter and the search field are using the same data source and the data viewer widget that displays the data. So now this section here that shows the catalogs is also using the same data source. It's a data viewer widget. We see it's a data viewer type widget when I click on it, and it's using the get data source also. So these three widgets are working together. And when widgets work together, like one provides a filter, one provides a search, and one provides the display of the filtered catalog items, they all must use the same data source, which is the point that I'm making here. And in looking at this layout of this information, where you see like the image, the name, more info, new request, let's take a look at that. So when I click on this widget and I go to the tile view, in a data viewer widget, we can output the data in the form of a tile or in a line format. There's no configuration for the line format in this widget, but I can show you where one does exist. The way that this is configured goes back to something I said earlier, where the fields of data that you can use to display in the output are going to be the fields of data in the view of the data source. In the view of the data source. So this report is the data source. This is the filter. This is the view. So in this list view, I'll just go to edit the report. Go to there's only one view, the list view. And I'm communicating that the fields that are selected with the blue checkbox are the fields that will be available to use or display in Service Apps. Oh, one point here before I forget. If you want to add an additional field to a view, let's say I go and tick the box for manager. If I tick that manager box, the view will not be immediately available in Service Apps until you refresh Service Apps. So you may either have to refresh the browser, or you may just need to log off and log back on for it to update the pulled metadata. Again, just as a little tip here, if you're configuring this tile and one of the fields is the service desk description last level, and in the data picker, service desk description last level, service description full note, service code, The fields here are the fields that are in that view. If you add a field such as manager or tick any field, it doesn't immediately appear here until you refresh the screen in Service Apps. And I said that twice, so you won't, pull your hair out or figuring out, well, I added the field, why doesn't it show up? You have to refresh the screen in Service Apps to see a new field, or log off and log back on to Service Apps, and then it will show up. Okay. So in the fields of data that's displayed, how do we see this in the form of, we see the image, we see the name, and we see more info and new requests. So in looking at one of these tiles here, the configuration of the tile cell format is here. And the name of the catalog item is here. That more info button at the bottom is here. And the new request, this is actually a button. And if I look at the code view, you can see more. You can see it's looking at the image. It's going to the image field to see the picture. And I almost forgot. The way that you see it, just in case someone doesn't know, in the service request catalog, when you want to add a picture, you drill down, for example, under hardware, and I think endpoint. I may pick one that doesn't have an. Let me go back to hardware, audio visual, smart display. I'm assuming most people know this, but on the service request catalog, for the smart display catalog, to add an image, you just click the change button, and you can drag and drop an image in this little green box here, and it will drop it in. Or you can click the green box and browse to the image. You can click the green box, or you can drag and drop the image in the green box, and you can see some images here. There's some images on subsequent pages. Go to the next page, and these images are what's being displayed in Service Apps. So if I go back to hardware, that smart display that you just saw is right here. Okay. Any questions about that, or the images, how they get there? You actually add the images in the catalog in Service Manager, and they appear on the portal in Service Apps. Was someone about to ask a question? Okay. All right. So that's this page. Down at the bottom, what we have is we have an option. It's kind of like an other, meaning if the user needs something for which you don't have a catalog for. So they've went through the filters, they've browsed the catalog, they performed a search, and perhaps there's something that they need for which you don't have listed in your catalog. So we have a button that says, can't find what you're looking for, let us know. And when they click this button to say, well, I can't find what I'm looking for, it will pop up a screen to generate or create a new request. Okay, let's go back here. I've done many things to this test system, but the way that's configured is at the bottom, that's part of, that's this widget right here. Oh yeah, I see why. At the bottom, there was a widget down at the bottom that says, let us know. When I click on it, it's called a help form. And remember on the home page, there was a button that says or create incident. And I said that or create incident button on the home page would pop up the questionnaire to start creating a new incident immediately. Similar concept here. And it's configured to where it says can't find what you're looking for, which is using the Easy Vista new request function here. And when I go to that button editor, I see a specific service is not linked to it, but it could be. Remember how we can change the style of that button, the background color, etc., and what it says. It currently says can't find what you're looking for, and it's using a translation. And that is going to create an incident or a general request, or based on the catalog item that you have it linked to.
If you are clicking on that button, it will do nothing, right? It is not linked to anything. Or
Right,
it's
it
not
should
linked to a specific catalog request.
Yeah, let me do this. I think I did something to it when I used the copy of the app. So hang on just a moment. I want you to see it work. So I'm going to go to the actual app. Since you asked the question, which is a good question. That button, I'm going to say I need something, and it's all the way to the bottom. Can't find what you're looking for. Just a minute. Just needs to refresh. Okay, and stay. Okay. Now, when I click this link, it's not linked. It's not linked. I can show you how to link it. It's the data source. Yeah. Yes. Yep. It should be. Yeah, it is. Okay, so let's take a look at that one, and I'll show you what's going on there. But the link at the bottom of the page that says can't find what you're looking for, let us know. It should work exactly like this button that's linked to a catalog, and the catalog is linked to the workflow, and the questionnaire is linked to the workflow, and therefore it should pop up the questionnaire just like you see here. So let's take a look. So yeah, that's good. At least I know you were paying attention. So let's go to edit this app. And in editing this app, we can go to the embedded search page that has that link on it. Over to the right here. And that is called Create Incident button. And when we go to look at the properties of that button, there. I think I did pop this up earlier, but that's what you should see on the other page at the bottom. But it's linked to this catalog item here. I could put in a different catalog, whatever that might be, printer, and it should browse the catalog for everything with printer.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to save that. But I think you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it is irrelevant, the service name. The point was I did not see a service there, so clicking will do nothing.
Right.
So okay.
That's correct. Yes. And the rest is just configuring the style of the button. Yep. Good point there. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the training version of the app. And let's take a look at the request page. And what am I looking at? I'm going to put this in run mode. I'm looking at the button if you would have clicked see my request. So I'm going to go back to home, and status is what I meant to say. So if I had clicked see my request, show me here, or if I had clicked the status on the menu, it would take me to this page that shows me the list of my requests that I have submitted as an end user. So in looking at my request, we know this is just a bar that we can change the background color, etc. But more importantly, is displaying by default the requests that are in progress. And it's using a filter widget here, and it's using a data source called my request. And I don't think I have to go into the report now unless you want me to, but we can see it's using the report called apps-employee requests. And the apps-employee request report is it's a report. Well, actually, I will show you. The report is apps-employee requests. And in the employee requests, it's using a filter for request in progress by default, and the list for apps view. And there's the request that's being pulled for the logged on user. So the logged on user would either be the recipient or the requester of those service requests, and they will be displayed. Does anyone not understand or familiar with recipient and requester? So this report is configured to pull service requests for which the logged on user in service apps is either the recipient or requester for those service requests. And we know, in case you don't know, by default, most of the time the recipient of the request and the requester are the same person, but someone can submit a request on behalf of someone else. And the recipient and requester could be different, but we have this filter configured to where if you're either the recipient or requester, it will show in that list. Was there a comment? Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so that's what that's doing here. And so this filter between all and request is just one of the filters. And when we go here, looking at the filter widget, there's only two, all and requests in progress, which are the two filters in the report. And the service app widget is using those two filters. And we default it to request in progress. We default it to request in progress. And the way that it gets defaulted is the filter that you select in the data source becomes the default filter. You can change between the two, but the default one would be the one that's selected in the data source. Request in progress as opposed to all. Okay. And the same here with a little more information in the tile. Employee onboarding is the catalog name, the date that the service request was created, the service request number, the status, the recipient, and the title, the short title. And as I have said a few times before, those would be fields in the list view. So the information such as the creation date, the description, the title have to be in that list view. And then when we go to look at it from the tile view, I'll click back on this. And in the configuration of the tile, here are the fields. I can remove some and add it back to show you how I get it there, but it's simply the short title. This is something that you simply type right here. You type title, and then you click the item here to the data picker. And in the data picker, there's the title field. So when I click on the title field, I'm not doing any sum or count, or I'm just using the field just like it is. So I click plus, and there it adds the field name next to the label that I put right next to it. And of course, like the request number, the same thing. The service request number, you see there, the request number field, and I'm just clicking in the HTML section here to make it bold, and that's really how that works. We're just adding fields that way, and the more info button at the bottom. The more info button takes you to another page where you can add more details about that catalog item to include, that request, not the catalog item, or you can see more details about the request to include the description and more information. That's a different page. That's the request details page. And how we get to the request details page is with the more info button. It's a link to a different page. So if I was to highlight this, for example, and if I delete it and I click the tags and I go to page to do a page link, you can have a page pop-up or a page link. I'm going to use a page link. You select the page that you're going to link to, which is going to be the request detail. The first page is showing the list of requests. When I click on more info, it links to the request detail page, and I could give it whatever title I want. More info is what it was titled, and I can have it to be a button that will actually show as a button that you click on, or just to display it as a link. And there's my more info link, and it would work. So I'm not going to save the change, but then I could click on that and change the style of the button, colors, background color, etc. So what I was showing you is how from one of the service requests, if I want to see more info and details, when I click on that, it's linking to a different page, and it's a details page related to the same request. Okay. And my issues works exactly the same. So I'll just summarize this way. My request and my issues is configured exactly the same, except it's using a different data source and it's different pages. Instead of the request page, it's the page called issue. And then the other components are the same. However, on the my issues page, it's using a data source called my issue instead of my request. And the same with the tile cell format of data here. It's pulling the data through the my issue data source and looking at incidents instead of service requests, and using a different filter in the report, or different report. Okay. My tasks. What are my tasks? My tasks are you familiar with, in your environment, do you use user validation steps in your workflow? So what I'm going to do, as opposed to making an assumption, on the My Task page of Service Apps, this is a page where we have the end user validate that their incident or request can be closed. So in a standard best practice workflow, the technician solves the incident or the technician fulfills the service request. And when the technician solves the incident or fulfills the service request, the workflow sets the incident status to solved but not closed, or it would set the status of the service request to fulfilled but not closed. And we give the user a chance to validate that their incident can be closed, or validate that their service request can be closed before it goes to the status of closed. And we allow the user to do that by one of two methods. We allow them to respond to an email notification from the system, or we can direct them to this page in Service Apps to validate that their issue can be closed. And I'll have a few more comments about that. So, in taking a quick look at a typical workflow, and I hope this sounds familiar to some, and that I'm not speaking of something that you've never heard of. In the workflow, the workflow standard incident workflow is checking to see if the incident originated from the portal in Service Apps. If the incident did originate from the portal, we do not send a notification when it's created, because they don't need the notification, because the information that would be in the notification is on the screen. So we don't over notify. We're only sending a notification if the incident was not created from the Service Apps portal, i.e. called in and the technician logged it. Then we send a notification that it was logged. It goes to analysis and resolution, and it assigns the analysis and resolution action to the applicable support team. And when the technician completes the analysis and resolution action, as far as you're concerned as a technician, you're done, you're finished. That puts a timestamp on the incident of when it was the solution date. It sets the status to solved, but it does not impact the SLA. The SLA clock is stopped when the technician completes the analysis and resolution. But the user validation step that gets created, this is what I'm referring to. So the user validation step is an action for the user to say, yes, I'm happy, my incident can be closed. Or, no, it's still not working. My incident needs further attention. So if the user accepts the validation, it follows the green line and is closed. If the user rejects the validation, it follows the red line and it loops back to the analysis and resolution step. So that's what I'm referring to here. I didn't want to make any assumptions about on the task page. It's where the user can validate that their incident can be closed with a simple yes or no click, or I need more information. And you see the task to complete is user validation. Also, notice, I don't know if I have it in this workflow. No, I don't. I could have it in this workflow, but surveys, don't know if you use user surveys. I'll just touch on this real quick. I'm trying to find, yeah, there's a request with a survey. Oh, that was an incident standard with a survey. When the user validation step is completed, we sometimes, depending on whether or not you want to do this, we send out a survey to the customer, and the survey can be configured to where it's, for example, send a survey to the user on the closure of every 10th incident or request, but don't survey the same user more than twice in 30 days. We can create a survey interval as such. And again, my point is that's what my task page is for the user to complete a survey, or the user to complete a validation to say, yes, my incident can be closed, or no, it's not, which is a recommended suggested level of service to let the user validate that their issue can be closed. Does that sound familiar to most, or is that something that's new information to you? And
Are you referring to the workflows or to the validation?
I'm referring to the user validation step in the workflow where
as a training, yes, we are aware of that.
Okay. Yeah, so, and again, everything is optional. If you don't want to use user validations, of course, you don't have to. But standard practice is using a user validation step in the workflow. And I'm communicating what's on this My Task tab is where they come to complete a user validation or a survey. And on the request for approval, such as person submitting a service request, for example, that has a dollar value associated with it, a cost, like they're requesting a new laptop or requesting some equipment, and it has to be approved. So when the workflow executes, it creates an approval action for the manager. and the manager can approve via email, or the manager can approve on the portal. And so these are yes or no. Yes, they are assigned to the manager of the recipient who the request is for, and the manager approves or disapproves via the portal. And we have an option if you want to use that option. We send an email notification with two buttons in the email of accept or reject. They can click on the button in the email. It formulates the reply and they send it back. They don't have to type anything in the email at all. Or preferably, they can make the approval or disapproval from the portal, as you see here. Okay, so that's what tasks are. My requests, my issues, my tasks on the status page. And discussions, it's something that most customers don't use initially out of the gate with a new implementation. They may use it later, but EasyVista has a discussion forum in it where you can have an internal online discussion about an incident or a topic, and the thread is kept within the application. A discussion can be between two technicians, or discussion can be between an end user and a technician, or an end user and a group. Okay. And lastly, down at the bottom on the pages is an embedded footer page where you can have links to your corporate website, or links to your Twitter page, or links to your LinkedIn page or your Facebook page. You can remove these links, you can add them. So I'll take a quick look at how that's configured. And that is the embedded footer page. On the embedded footer here, those are the links that you see across the bottom of the page here in the black bar at the bottom. And that is a menu widget. And the menu widget is not using a data source because it's just links to a website. I don't know if I have anything. Yeah. So this is just going to easyvistaworkplace.com. It's a link type is a link that opens a new window. The next one is the Facebook work page, workplace on Facebook, Microsoft Azure, etc. So that's pretty much all the pages in the standard Service Workplace app. Any questions before we move on?
I saw that you have. Can you go back to the designer? Let's put it.
Yeah.
Can you click on the drop down on the a little bit instead of embedded footer? Can you click? Oh, okay. So can you go a little bit up? Oh yes. So I see that you have also for request, you have request details, the one that you show us, but I saw update, cancel, document, history, answers.
Okay. Those here's what that's doing. Let me bring up request.
The idea is to see where you put the connection between the pages. Because from what I saw, when you open a request, you are just seeing the detail, but I did not see where you can update it, at least the update one.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the list of requests, and I'll pull up one. Let's just take the one for the backup. So we know that from the page that I was just on, this is the request page. When I click here, it's going to the request detail page. And then from the request detail page, there's the ability for the user. And again, these are optional. If you want to allow the user to cancel a request, if you want to allow the end user to update the description of the request after it's created,
Got it.
this update and this cancel button are going to the pages that you pointed out, request cancel and request detail update. Request detail cancel and request detail update. When I click on update, I get an opportunity to update the description. I could just put some information in here. I just type some gibberish, and that will update the description of the incident. You see it here. Or if the user says, I no longer need this, and they can cancel it, they can put in any details. No longer needed, and that will actually cancel out and close the request. That request is closed. Yep, good point there. So from the requests or the my issues, there's more info when you go to my info. There's the opportunity to see update, and they can update the description to add additional information, or they can cancel it. And again, those are optional. You can remove those buttons very easily. And let's go to the information at the bottom. Which
Yeah, now I see that. Until now, I did not
what
see
we're
it.
seeing here is the history of the request, such as the history of all the actions that have occurred on an incident, all the history actions that have been taken by the workflow, or any manual actions that have been taken on the incident or request by the technician would all be listed here. The details of any email that was sent would be a copy of the email that's when you expand that window. And so on and so forth. You can see the details of the email there. And the documents, of course, is if either the user added an attachment or if the technician added an attachment. And the user can add additional attachments just by clicking that button right there and go and browse and upload a file. I'll just get something, doesn't really matter right now, and upload a file to that. And
so on the detail of the request you have, to be honest, I did not observe where do you put the document history and questions on the detail of the request. Yep. Can you show us?
Yep. Okay. Yes, I'm going to show you. Yes. So the documents, the history, and the question answers, and question answers are when just in case someone doesn't know, I think most of you do, when you submit a request, you fill out a questionnaire and you answer the questions or provide the necessary information to be able to process the request. Those questions and answers, if there are any questions and answers on that request, they would be listed here. There's a few because this was an onboarding type request. And those are on the request details page down at the bottom. So let's go back to the design mode and let's go to the request detail. It's the same on the issue detail and the request detail. On the request detail, those are separate pages that actually have the documents, the history, and the answers. But I want to show you kind of the tab on the details page. So request detail documents, history, and answers. Excuse me?
Quick question. So the detail, okay, on the request detail, you have the other pages at the bottom. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Now I saw it.
They're embedded. So I went to the request detail page to show you that the embedded page for the documents, history, and answers. So if I click on this, it works this way. It's kind of menu driven. At the bottom of the request details page, there's a more menu, more information widget. That's a tab widget. And that's why you see the documents, history, and questions and answers on each on a tab. So I'm just going to go back to this real quick. Documents is a tab, history is a tab, and questions and answers is a third tab. And in the configuration, it looks like this. It's using a tab type widget. You can have the tabs display horizontally across, or you can have the tabs display vertically. And here, the translation or the name of the first tab is documents, and it's pointing to the documents page. The history tab is pointed to the history page, and the questions and responses tab, questions and answers tab, is pointed to and will direct you to the request detail and answers page. So those three tabs are different pages, almost like the filters that we saw in another place. That well, actually, a better example is when we go to the way that these tabs work is identical to the way it works when we go to the status page. At the root of the status page, my request is a tab, but it links to a different page. When I click on the My Issues tab, it's actually opening a different page. When I click on the My Tasks tab, it's opening a different page. And that's the same way that it's working with the documents, history, and questions and answers, if that helps. Okay. Yeah, good question. Something I almost missed. So thank you for asking that question. Okay. Let me just click around and see if I missed anything else. I covered the menu widget at the bottom. The more info works the same between incidents and service requests. Yeah, so I think we're good. Let me just check here. Yeah, so update and close are buttons that link to a page. So if I were to go to the incident detail page, which is the issue detail page, on the issue detail page, this is the incident, a catalog, and the information that you saw here. When I click here on this widget, the update and close button, which are these buttons that you see here, it's an update button. You could change the button or close. It's a button. I won't save it, but if I were to delete that and go to it's a page. I can't remember if it's a page pop-up or a page link. That is a page link. And it would just simply link to the appropriate page for the incident update page, and you give it a title, and you can choose whether it's a button or a link. And that's what's going on there between the update and close buttons. It's a page link. Okay. All right, so we can make it 1:30. Okay, are there any questions about anything in this app before we cover and go over briefly the dashboard app and look at the data source reports that feed that app, just a few of them, and then we will move to getting everyone logged on and start working on our exercises. Just want to give the opportunity to ask any questions before I move to the next area.
I also have a question. So we have Barry here in the training. He's our CMDB specialist. do you have a sample of using this interface for CMDB related, I don't know, issues, tasks, or from your experience, that is?
Let me. You're looking to CMDB, looking to see how CMDB can be used from service apps.
Yes.
Let me think if I have an app with that example. Certainly has the capability. He can pull any data.
So I understand that an app can actually do whatever you want, but I ask from your experience working with, let's say, other companies as an implementer, how they use the app interface for their CMDB, let's say, configurations, I don't know, usage.
I would say the one that I have seen most practical and most common is there's actually, just a moment, there's actually one pre-built app. I want to say, let me think about it for just a minute. It's an asset related one that uses CMDB. I think it's this one. I think this one has, these two have CMDB components within it. And so what I'm going to do is, I think I have those apps installed on another instance. I'll try to show you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the type things that are common is, of course, a user can see what services or configuration items they're subscribed to, and see the availability of configuration items from the app. So I'll see if I can find that for you. Okay, I just made a note of that, and I'll see what I can find. Okay.
And by subscribe to, you're referring to when assigned to, basically, as far as maybe software subscriptions, or perhaps a laptop or hardware devices or anything like that. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. In other words, this is not exactly it right here, but let me just kind of give you an idea. Hopefully I can find it. If I was to pull up the corporate directory, for example, and I should actually use probably more real live database. I don't know what information is in here. So this is pulling the corporate directory of users, and one of the things.
I think you cut out on me. I can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now we can.
Looks like it dropped for a second. Yep. I was saying, in addition to it showing just a generic information for the user, the email, logon, phone number, etc., it can display the configuration items or services that are associated to the user. So what I'll do is I've just made a note of what you want to see, and in addition to what may be commonly done with other customers, do you mind communicating what ideally you would be looking for, or the capability that you ideally would want to see with CMDB and service apps?
To be honest, I do not know. I just ask, it's a generic question. Yeah. So we have, sure. The idea is the following. This is, I understand the application part, which is useful for myself and Ruben, but Barry is from the CMDB side of the application. And probably we just need to understand how the application can help him. I know, from the normal interface or service desk interface, he can do whatever he wants with the CMDB and CIs and etc. But how that can be added into the app? I understand the fact that yes, you can actually link, you can show what CIs you have for somebody, or I don't know, a ticket.
Yes.
So that it is understandable, but what will be another, how we can use this app for CMDB, probably day-to-day activity? I'm not sure. So maybe Barry, help me.
Okay. All right. I understand.
Sebastian,
Okay.
yeah, I
Yeah. So I'm gonna. I'm not. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I tell you what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I just wrote down on my notes what you asked, and even after the training, I will confer with my internal team and my manager to provide
Okay.
you examples and screenshots of all the capability that we can do with CMDB and service apps.
Right, yeah, because like I'm thinking for a user, they could come to the service apps page and look at all of the assets that are assigned to them. Possibly, check those out. Perhaps they could check on like software subscriptions or software titles or things of that nature. I think that's kind of what we'd be looking for.
Okay.
I don't know if there's. I don't know if there's any way, like an asset manager type person could come into the tool and do those type of like changes and things of that nature, as far as moving an asset from one person to another, something like that. Or maybe that's just something we do in the tool, in Service Manager. But I think that's kind of what Sebastian was hinting at.
The idea is that how
Yeah,
you can be helped on the app for your CMDB part, so yeah.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. So, and if you could give some examples as well, that would be great, because I'm kind of, I don't know what I don't know kind of situation where I won't know it until I see it, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe you can do this as well, right? So that's where I'm at.
I understand.
Yes, we are, we are juniors.
Okay.
Exactly.
Got it. Understood.
Thank you, Sebastian.
I'm with you. I was writing. Okay. I finished writing. Yeah, certainly can do. And I will just say what I do know. Those things that you want to see in terms of what services or items or equipment is associated to a given user, that's a definite can do and have done. Being able to move or reassign equipment or configuration items from one user to the other through service apps is a maybe, probably likely not. That would be something that you have to do from the back office or back end. We can display the data more so easily than we can update it. But
Right.
it,
It's
but,
just an
that-
example.
but there can be some basic updates.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's hop out of here and let's take a look at this application that you see when it displays in the middle of the screen. And we'll just look at a few widgets on this, not every single one of them. This is a service app. This is a dashboard app, as I'd communicated. So we'll look at just a few items that feed this. And what I would like to do is, just in case someone's not familiar with a trend type metric or report, it's a different type report that just displays a number, if you will, not a lot of detail. So how do we get the percent of late incidents and the percent of late service requests? And of course, in my demo system, probably most everything in here is late. So let's go to the app gallery, and we're going to take a look at the dashboard primary app. And in the dashboard primary app, we'll go into the edit mode, and we'll touch on just a couple of trends that's using a filter to pull a volume of incidents versus open incidents versus the number of incidents that are late, and the volume of service requests over the volume of service requests that are late to get a percentage of what's late. The first metric here, the percent of late incidents, and we get to see some different type of widgets in the dashboard category of widgets. So I'm just going to click on add widget and go to the dashboard category, and there's quite a number of dashboard type widgets. And the one that we're using here is one that is a gauge widget. So I'll go to add widgets, and there's the gauge widget in the dashboard category of widgets, which is why it looks like a little gauge here. And let's start with the data source. Percent of late incidents. And this is going to give us a little overview in Service Manager. Because of the type of widget that we're using, EasyVista KPI, excuse me, the EasyVista the type of data source, the EasyVista KPI data source, and the query is the percent of late incidents. Well, we know that's coming from not a standard report, but it's coming from a trend type report. So let's look at the trends. Again, I have a folder called Dashboard Primary because that's the name of the app, and I'm creating a folder to use as this synonymous to the name of the app and putting the related reports in that folder. How do we get the percent of late incidents? We get the percent of late incidents from the number of late incidents and the number of open incidents. So starting with the basic type trend metric, the number of open incidents. The number of open incidents, there are two types of trends. There's a standard type trend and there's a ratio type trend. We're looking at a standard type trend first. In the standard type trend, well, let me go back, and sometimes I catch myself clicking before I explain. The theme is the module which the report will be found. And the operation just simply means, is it going to be under service operation or service transition or asset? The modules on the menu over here basically is what the theme is. Is it going to display under the asset module or the operation module, etc.? The folder, which is just the report folder names that you want to place the report or trend in. The parent query is a list of tables, basically. Incidents, service requests, problems, changes, asset, CMDB. Which module do we want to base this trend on? Well, incidents. And you can't select the trend type after you create it. You can only select the trend type as you're creating it, not afterwards. When I click next, it's a filter. And the filter is looking at incidents where the meta status is different from completed. Not to make any assumptions, I'll say this quickly. There's multiple statuses of an incident. So if I went to change this to status, just to make a point, if I change this to, where are you? Well, let's do it this way. Your incident status. If I change this to incident status, then the statuses are the statuses such as, cancel, closed, fulfilled, in progress, new, etc. The list of statuses. A more efficient way to determine if an incident is open or closed is to use what's called a meta status. A meta status, there's only a handful of them here. You can't change those. You can't add to them. You can't subtract from them. You can only use them. And this is a little beyond the training, but if the metastatus is processing in progress, the SLA clock is running. You can associate multiple statuses to a metastatus. So, for example, the metastatus of processing in progress can be associated with statuses of in progress, awaiting shipment, pending validation, etc. It's all different statuses for which the SLA clock is running. Completed is a metastatus that you would associate with closed, canceled, archived. All of those statuses are linked to the metastatus of completed, and a metastatus of completed puts a stamp on the record of the solution date and time, and it stops the SLA clock. So without going too much further into that, we say that the metastatus of the incident is different from completed. If the metastatus is different from completed, it's open. Another way of saying that it's open, as opposed to selecting all the statuses to go with it. And then the solution date is blank, so it doesn't have a solution date yet. It's still open. And here is where we specify the frequency of the date when the data gets pulled. In other words, go out and update this number of open incidents every X minutes, or X hours, or X days, or X months. In this case, every 25 minutes. The next compute date is this date and time. And we want to keep management of the history so that we can compare numbers over time. So that we can see if the numbers are increasing or decreasing. And lastly, you can click calculate. And if you take that number 58, the number 58 is the number of open incidents that is showing you here. And I'll leave that at that. And then the other trend that works with this is the number of late incidents. We just looked at the number of open. Now, if we look at the number of late incidents, so what is late? This information is the same on this page, but the filter is different. And the filter is different because it's saying show the number of, first of all, pull the incidents that are open. If the metastatus is different from completed, it's open. And the SLA target is, it can be today, before today, until now, since today, before a date, etc. Until now simply means the SLA target date, if it's already passed, then it's late. If the SLA target date has already passed up until now, it's late and it's still open. So the two things is it's still open and it's past the SLA target date. And the quantity of late, the rest is the same. When I click calculate, we get 48. 48 late incidents. We had 58 open, and 48 of the 58 are late. And finally, the percent of late incidents. This is a ratio type trend. With the ratio type trend, it uses two or more trends, one as a dividend and the other as a divisor. So here we see at the bottom on this page the number of late incidents, which is 48, over the number of open incidents, which is 58, which is how we get our calculation and percentage of 51.72% are late. So that was a quick run through on that. And then how do we get that to display on the dashboard app? Here, we simply use a data source of percent of late incidents. And because of the type of widget, because it's an evVista KPI widget, when I click the query to select the items from evVista, It's only going to search and sort through trends. It's only going to look in trends to find what I'm looking for. So there's 52 out of the box trends from EasyVista, and there's 6 trends that I created specifically for this dashboard. So the point is, because of the widget type, when I connect the data source, because of the data source type. So if I were to go add data source and I was going to add an application data source, and I chose the EasyVista KPI data source, KPI is synonymous to a trend, a key performance indicator, i.e. trend. So that's how it knows to only go look. It's not going to look for a standard report. It's only going to search for trends. And then some configuration areas. Won't go too far into detail, but I'm saying the scale is from 0 to 100, minimum and maximum values. And then there's a whole lot of other things that you can configure in here, such as the chart and the label. And I won't go too far into this. The needle color, that little needle in the middle that's green, you can specify the color to stand out. The background color it is white, and there's a whole lot of configuration areas in this chart and type widget. But I'll go back to here. This is the app that's being displayed, and it looks like this. And a little beyond the training here, but you can certainly display multiple or different apps that are dashboard or metric type apps within Service Manager. You can control who has access to which apps, from a profile, which is related to the menu item. And one metric or one app can be the default app, but even though you set one app that's a dashboard type app as the default app, you can still allow users or technicians to toggle between different dashboard type apps from the menu. But that's a little beyond today's training. I'll just pick one or two more, and then we'll move on to what we need to do. If I take a look at, let's say I'll just scroll down to top 10 actions to be completed by team. The top 10 actions to be completed by team, we get to look at a different type widget. It's an advanced column chart widget. I'll go back to widgets, and in the dashboard category, there's the advanced column chart widget, and the bar chart is almost similar to it, except one is a column and one is a bar, vertical versus horizontal. But in looking at more details of this widget here, we see that it's called the task by group. And if we take a look at the data source task by group, it's using a report in the dashboard primary called apps-tasks. In the dashboard primary folder, I'm sorry, that's trends. I'm in reports now. In the reports and the dashboard primary, as opposed to the standard service workplace that we were in earlier, that folder, the apps-task that you see here, that report, is this report here. And then the apps-task report is using the open task filter and the view by group. It's using the open task filter and the view by group. And so there's a breakdown of the task, and we know that tasks are actions. So if you've used EasyVista for any period of time, we know there's the primary incident record or the primary service request record. The technician doesn't really work on the incident or the request. You actually work on the actions or the task to carry out fulfilling the incident or request. And that's what we're looking at here, the number of tasks, i.e. actions for each group. So these are the group names that I have in my system, and these are the number of outstanding tasks for each group. And we are displaying that here on the dashboard app, just pretty much as you see in that report, but we're displaying it in the form of a chart. And I think I'll leave it at that, because I want to be able to take a break, but have time to do our exercise. I covered that quickly. The primary focus of the training is that Standard Service Workplace app. But are there any questions about, can we have this, or can we have that, or can we do this, or can we do that, in terms of metric reporting or dashboard metrics type apps? I'm going to bring this back up to see if there's any questions. I didn't cover every widget on the app, but I didn't intend to. I covered one of these type, and I covered one type at the bottom. The rest of them pretty much work the same. And I'll just say that this little indicator here at the bottom where it says 2.5, within that configuration of that widget, you can tell it whether or not to display a delta, meaning on one of the trends, I showed you how it keeps a history of the trend. Over a period of time, it might keep the last 5 or 10 scans of that reading, like it counted the number of late incidents or the number of open incidents, and then it might count the percentage of late incidents. Well, between scans, it's saying whether it went up 2.5% or went down 2.5%. So the number of late incidents went down 2.5% from the last time of the last reading, is what you're looking at here. Okay. Let's see, 130, 230. Yeah, we'll keep going. Okay, so I think what we'll do is I'm going to let you watch me build an app from scratch, put the pieces together, and then we can do it together. Yeah, let's do that. And I'll get you logged in. And what we'll need to do is everyone will need to create at least 1 or 2 incidents and requests for yourself, so that we actually have some data to display for yourself when you create your app. You'll need to, you can either log it from Service Apps, which is probably a good idea. Yeah, that's probably a real good idea. Okay, so let's see. What we're going to do is I'm going to walk through creating the basics, a basic app with probably 3 pages. It's going to have a home page. It's going to have a page to see my open incidents and my requests, and a 3rd page that shows a way to link from the home page to the page to see a list of my open incidents, and another page to see a list of my open service requests. And we'll put a button on the home page to be able to submit an incident using a menu widget. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's not, because we're going to do it twice. I'm going to do it once. You can watch me do it, and then we'll do it again together. Okay. Let's do it. Create app. In creating an app, I'm going to actually create an app from scratch as opposed to selecting a template app. And when I create the app from...
Kent,
Hello? Yes.
Yeah, so I have a question. Are you sharing, we will share right now the credential and the link with us, or first we will look at you, what are you doing, and then we will do it by ourselves?
The latter. Well, I tell you what. I'll make you an offer. I make this offer to some classes because you asked. Um, I will let you choose which way you want to do it. Would you like for me to watch me do it once and then we do it again together, or would you like to just do it together on round one? Would you like to get logged in and walk through with me doing it together, or do you want to watch me do it and then we do it together? I'm giving you that offer of your choice.
I'm voting for the first option.
I think walk it together as well. But
Um,
what your first option was, I don't.
The
The
first
first
option to it was Kent
Watch you
will
do it?
show us how to
Right.
do it, and then he will
Yeah.
help us how to do it.
right, that's the first option.
Right, I like that one because then I can take more
The-
notes.
The principle of creating an app, or how to link and drop, create pages and drop inside the page,
Yep.
widgets.
source,
I
all of that, yeah.
understand how it is working. Okay, so let's I'm voting for the version 1 or first option.
Okay, I think I heard 2 votes for the first option. So
That's fine. I'm fine either way. It doesn't matter. I've done a lot of these already, so
Yeah.
we just actually 2 weeks ago set up the mobile app. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I will do it, and I'll run through it. Feel free to take notes, and here we go. So what I would have you to do is when you create the app, precede the app name with your initials. Just put, and again, we're going to do this again together. So I'm going to say KS Demo 1 because I'm going to do it again. And I'll just, for the sake now, I'm going to make the app name and the display name the same. I'm not worried about the description and the execution context. There's only one that points to the service manager instance. And for the immediate, we're going to leave show main toolbar checked for this time. Okay, so you are about to find out something about me that you didn't know. Um, I'm going to add an image to my app. You can add the image of your choice. So after you add the name, the execution context, show main toolbar, and then from the app icon, I'm going to associate an image to my app. And you can associate the image of your choice. I like this one. Yes, I am an Alabama Crimson Tide fan, 200%. If anybody doesn't like Alabama football, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's my
Roll
image.
Tide, Ken.
Roll. Thank you. Okay.
I have no comment.
I'm sure no comment actually is a comment. Okay.
Yes, that is true. But that's from the Husker fans here that we have not been very good. So
Okay. All right. So I have an app that has blank pages and nothing's there, and we're starting from scratch. And those fundamentals that we communicated this morning, you're going to see them in action and getting put together with pages and widgets on the page and a data source and all those good things. So we start with, I'm going to actually work backwards. I know in communicating what's in my mind so that you get on the same page that I'm on, I'm building an app that basically has 3 pages: a home page, a page to see a list of incidents that I've submitted, and a page to see a list of service requests that I've submitted. And and a button on the home page to create a new incident. And that will entail a number of things. So the first thing that I'm going to do is simply add my 3 pages and number the pages. I do that by going to Pages. It adds the first page by default because you have to start with a page, and there's a little plus sign at the top. I'm going to click it twice to add page 2 and page 3. And I'm going to relabel the page, first page to home, and I'm going to take the next page to name it My Incidents. And the third button is going to be My Request. When I said I'm going to work backwards, what that really means is I'm going to create the secondary pages so that when I go to the home page to create a link to the secondary pages, the secondary pages will already exist. So I'm going to go to the My Incidents page. And on the My Incidents page, I'm going to add 2 things. In order to get the data into a data viewer widget, I need a data source. In order to get the data in a data viewer widget, I need a data source. So I'm going to go to Add Data Source, and I'm going to choose Applications and Easy Vista, most common. Applications, Easy Vista. The first thing that you want to do when you create a data source and or when you create a widget is to give it a name. It will name it as to the type of widget with a 1 or a 2 or 3, but that won't mean anything to you later. So you need to give it a meaningful name. Typically name it of the purpose that it's for. With a data source, we need to connect the alias connector. In this case, you could use Easy Vista. I have created an alias called EV50006, which is the account that we're using. So I'm just going to use the EV50006 account. And there's a reason why I'm using the alias as opposed to the connector name. And I'm going to communicate why right now so I don't forget. Very quickly, not to throw things off track. When you use an alias and you create an alias name, in a setup environment, you get 3 accounts in Service Manager. You get a sandbox account, a production account, and a demo account. With service apps, you don't get multiple databases or instances of service app. You get 1. But what you can do is you can create an app and you can point the app to your sandbox and you can test it and create tickets from the service app in your sandbox environment. But when you do that, if you have multiple widgets, multiple pages, and when you get ready to repoint the data sources to the production Service Manager database with an alias, when you go to the execution context in the properties of the app and change it from the sandbox to the production, it will update all of the data sources at once. Okay, so let's get back on track. Just a little additional information. So the first thing that we want to do is we need to access the report that is related to incidents. Yes?
I have a question.
Okay.
I remember when we did the training for administration training, we have 3 environments: EV 5004, 4, 6, and 8. I'm not sure exactly. And for each of them was, production, development, and the QA. The question is, this application, when you created the application, isn't this application created on an environment? So that means in our case, I don't know, it is probably development sandbox, I don't know.
With the training, Rick, I think you said Rick Morton did the training, right?
Yes.
In a training environment, the accounts can be In our what we call a BNB, we have a hosted all of the consultants, and we have like 15 accounts on our system. So he could have been using any number of account names, but in a live environment for you, you will have three. 50,004 is a production account, 50,005 is a sandbox, and 40,000 is a demo account.
I understand that. The question is the following. I am logged in a sandbox in this moment. And when I'm creating my connector, it will be the connector for the 50,005, correct?
You're logged into a sandbox. You don't really have a sandbox service apps environment.
Maybe I'm confused, but you know.
Yeah, and you have these environments that I'm talking about here are related to Service Manager.
Yes.
And in Service Apps, you can create a connector to point to one of these two production or sandbox. You can't point Service Apps to demo, but you can point the data source to production or sandbox accounts from Service Apps.
And the connector to sandbox and production, it will be the one that in our case it is just one, right? 50,000 and I'm assuming it's 6 in the end, right? In your, so behind that window
yes, it when we complete the test here, yes, it's just one 50,006.
But that's the alias. But the
correct.
Connector itself, where it is linked,
it says Easy Vista.
Easy Vista, exactly. And what that Easy Vista means for us, it is sandbox or production, or it doesn't matter.
It's pointing to 50,006. My 50,006 instance of Service Manager.
Okay.
I understand your question now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So that's a good question. This is the default connector out of the box that would point to my 50,006 environment. So since you asked, I will just hop off here very quickly. And this is the connector that you get out of the box, the Easy Vista connector. It's linked to the 50,006 account. It's just one of the accounts in my training environment. If I was logged on to 50,007, 50,008, it would show the account accordingly. That's in my training environment. Yeah, and
where you are setting up the alias, so in case that I want to change the alias and change the connector, where I can do that? Oh, alias.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I went to the alias tab and I had clicked add alias to add it. I added the EV50006 alias myself, and it points to also the Easy Vista default connector. If I had different 50 different accounts, like in your environment, you could create an alias and you could name it whatever, but you have to point the alias to either the production or sandbox account.
Okay, now I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. You're quite welcome. I'm sorry I didn't understand initially.
No, don't worry. I mean, I told you, we are new, and maybe my question may be, stupid or
No. There are no stupid questions. The only stupid question is the one that you don't ask.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So we can continue.
All right. Yes. So, back to creating this data source, I went to just a quick review. Add data source. I chose the Easy Vista type data source under the applications category of data sources. And let me click back on my data source here. And I'm about to connect the data source to a report. And let's just pop over here. And I should save this in my favorites so I can get to it quickly. I'll save it next time. So the reports. And the standard service workplace area of reports, I should be able to add this to my favorite standard service workplace reports. That way I can get to it with one click on my favorites here. And the apps-employee incidents report is a report that will show the user a list of incidents that they have submitted. So I'm going to just start typing employee incidents. I can put part of the name in there and it filters it down to that path of there's employee incidents report. And we want to use the issues in progress filter and the view list for apps. Notice it says loading data. And as soon as I see rows and columns, I know that I'm pulling data from Service Manager. Okay, so I've created one data source. While I'm here creating data sources, I'm going to do it again because I want to have a page to see a list of my requests. So I'm going to add data source. I'm going to go to applications, Easy Vista. I'm going to give the data source a name. I'm going to select the alias EV50006. And this time I'm looking for the report that shows apps-employee request instead of employee incidents. I put in part of the name. There's the report. I know I want to use the request in progress filter, and I want to use the list for apps view. And this is going to load data, and we're pulling data through two data sources. So I have my two data sources done. What I'm going to do now is, for this exercise, we are not concerned about how pretty the format of the data is output. We could configure it to be displayed however we want it to be displayed, but in the interest of time, right now we're just after whether or not we're getting data and display the data. Therefore, we're going to display the data using the default grid output as opposed to a line or a tile format. And here's what I mean. So in updating my pages, I'm on the My Incidents page. I'm going to add a widget so that I can display the list of my incidents. And when I say display the list of my incidents, just like employee incidents, I'm going to output the list of incidents exactly as you see on the screen here. It won't be neat and pretty, but that's not the objective right now. The objective right now is to output the data. So I'm going to add widget. And how do I want to display the data? Single column, multiple columns. For now, simplicity, one column. So I'm going to add a layout widget to the palette or to the page. When I add the layout widget, you see the plus sign. So that's saying there's a widget there. That's a layout widget. And of course, as I said, if I deleted that widget and put a 3-column widget there, I would see 3 plus signs. That's 3 columns. Okay. So we're going to add the, oops, I meant to delete the row. We're going to add a single column layout widget. And then we're going to go to the basic category of widget and add a data viewer widget. The way that you do this is when you drag the widget over onto the page and add it to that single column layout where it says here, when it turns green, let go of the mouse. So there's my widget, nothing is in it, and we want to give it a name. You can give it the same name as the data source. It's going to output a list of my incidents. Okay, so I have added a data viewer widget to the My Incidents page. I've named it But and before I say this, remember I said we're going to not be concerned about how the data looks right now. We can output the data in a tile. If we output it in a tile, we have to configure the tile with the fields that we want to see, which you could do. Or the same in a line view. The data would be more vertical in a line as opposed to tiles. For now, we're going to just use the grid, and that way it will display the data as exactly as it appears from the data source for now, just to make sure that we get data. So why don't I see any data?
No data source.
Exactly. You got it. I need to select the data source of my incidence data source. And when I selected my incidence data source, now I see data. I see data and I see just 2 records, but there's actually more than 2 records there. And what I'm going to do is go down to the theme section. And when you configure the properties of a widget, when you want to configure or manage the height of the widget, there's several things that you can do. The widget height is you can tell it to use the content height, and the widget will adjust based on the content that goes into it automatically. Or you can specify a particular height of, let's say, 400. And for whatever reason, you're going to add some more widgets underneath this one. You don't want it to scroll. You don't want it to be too high. But of course, based on the data within the widget, you may have to scroll. For now, I'm just going to say use content height. I'm just showing you what you can do. Okay, and so there's my data. There's my incidence. And again, we wouldn't display the data in this format, but that's not the purpose right now. I want you to connect the dots. I want you to connect the dots between the order of adding a page and adding a data source and adding a widget and connecting the data source through the widget to get the data. Okay, so I'm done with the My Incidents page, and I'm going to go to the My Request page and replicate what I just did for the My Incidents page. I'm going to add a single column layout widget to the My Request page. I'm going to add a data viewer widget to that single column layout. Give the widget a name. I'm naming the widget and the data source the same just for simplicity purposes today. So I have a single column layout widget. I added a data viewer widget to the single column layout widget. I'm going to use the grid view, and I'm going to select the My Request data source. And there's my records. And I'm going to go down to the theme section and just say use content height. And now I can see my records. So I have data being pulled into my data viewer widgets for my incidents and my request pages. The next thing that we want to do is to go back and configure the home page, and we're going to add some links to it to get to the secondary pages. So now I'm going to go back to the home page. And from the home page, what we're going to do is let's add a title page to our home page. And we can do some things with that. A single column layout widget for now. And I'm going to use a secure HTML widget to drop here. And this is where you get to be creative. When we go through the exercise together, you can be as creative as you would like to be. So this is going to be a welcome banner. And on the welcome banner, we can add some text. You can click this plus sign and start typing here. You can do it that way, or you can just type in this field without clicking that pop-up. Let's say, welcome to Nick's Saban's service desk. I know somebody might not like that. Okay. Welcome to Nick Saban's service desk. And when we see this information in this center, in this widget here, it's not centered. It's just there. So that wouldn't work too well. So what can we do? We can dress it up. We can dress it up quite a bit. We can dress it up by going to, and notice we don't need to connect a data source because it's just a text. What we can do with the themes section here is we can change the size of the text, first of all, or we could change the font family if you so desired. You can select a font that you might be interested in. I'm just going to select anything. I'll select Times New Roman. I'm going to increase the size of the text. You can slide this bar, or you can type in this field, or you can click the arrows up and down here. So let's make that large, like that. Okay, so now we see the size of the text, but it's not centered, and we want to center it. The way that we can center that text is a couple of ways.
I have a question regarding the size and font family. So I see that you have inherit checkbox, which is already checked below. So which is the parent from where it is inheriting?
That's a good point. Good question. If you choose something other than the default, it inherit. So one of them would be the default is just the standard. Let me think about what that is. It is I want to say Verdana, but also with an inheritance, it can inherit it from the theme. But I don't have a theme associated here now. But I honestly have to. I don't remember the default inherited font. If I went into the HTML mode, I can show you which one it was. So I don't remember. I don't remember what's the default out-of-box font that gets inherited, but I'll get back to you on that.
The heritage, so probably the answer is the following. If you have a team and you are using a team is the parent, so it's the parent team, or if it doesn't, it is out of the box something, right?
Right, and that's what I was saying. If you have a theme, then it would use the theme's default font family. But if you don't have a theme, I don't remember what the out-of-box font is. I'll find out. Okay. Okay. So with this text, how do we center that text from left to right and top to bottom? This is when we use margin and padding. I'm sorry, actually padding right now. Padding is how we adjust the content within the widget, and the margin is how we adjust the perimeters of the widget itself. So with the padding, what we want to do is expand padding, and if I add some top padding, you'll notice it pushes the text down. See, as I'm increasing the top padding, it pushes the text down, and I can do that until it's centered from top to bottom. And aligning the text center of the widget is just simply using these items right here, center. And now it's centered. If you want to dress it up further, you can use a color scheme, and we can do a little more. So if we say the background color should be somewhat like a crimson color, then of course the text in black doesn't work so well. So we change the text color to white, and now that looks a little better. So you see what you can do. Okay, so we have a a banner. And in that, what we want to do is when this runs, I'm just going to put this in run mode to show you. And I left the headers up there intentionally, but we can remove those later. But most likely you wouldn't want this widget touching the top item above it, and you wouldn't want it going all the way to the edges. And so the way that we adjust that is to add some margin to the widget. And when we add some margin to the widget, we can collapse padding and expand margin. And when we add some top margin, it's going to push the widget down just a little bit. I'll say about maybe 10. And so now it's not touching the top label there, and we can add some left and right margin, maybe about 15. And again, you can slide the bar, or you can type in this field or click those items. And now you see the widget is not touching the top, and it's not touching the left and right edges. So now when I run this again, it's spaced a little space above, a little space to the left, to the right, and you can align the widget. So that's getting in the weeds. I'm just communicating that when someone, a web designer or someone maybe from marketing, looks at your app versus, I don't claim to be a expert web designer, but they look at it with a different eye, and that it is aligned and the right font and etc. Everything is configurable is the point. Okay, now that we have a welcome banner, let's continue moving forward. 1:30, 2:30. Oh, it's almost 3:30. Okay, so moving forward, we want to add the ability to link to the My Incidents and the My Requests pages. And I'm going to add a widget, and I'm going to add, I could do this one of two ways. I just want to communicate what you could do, and then I'm going to communicate what we're going to do. I could add a 2-column layout widget, and on the left column, I could put a button to say, see my incidents, and it would link to the My Incidents page. On the right, I could put a button to say, see my requests, and a widget, and it would link to the My Request page. Because of the type of widget that I'm going to use, I can use a single column layout widget, and I will explain. I'm going to use a menu widget. A menu widget, I can use a single column layout widget and add the menu widget, and I'm going to call this main menu. I don't need to connect it to a data source. I'm going to add 2 items quickly here. And I'm going to click Add Item under Data. I'm going to click twice. And the first item that we are going to add is one that's called See My Incidents. I can put the label here, but I want to do some additional configuration. And it's going to be called See My Incidents. And it's going to be a page link type. And the page that we're going to link to is the page called My Incidents. Now you can do some coloring here. I'm not that great of a colorful, but let's say if you wanted to change the label color of the text to blue, I don't know, the cell background color red. I'm just making up something. And you can change the label hover color. I'm not going to do that right now. And let's add an image so that we can show that we can click on the have an image or an icon. I'm going to use one of the out-of-box ones. So I'm going to click here, and I'm just going to grab anything, not take a lot of time here. I'm just going to take that one for now, just to show that you can put an image there and you can change the color of the image. So when you look at this item here of See My Incidents, there's a number of things that we can do to that, but I'm going to quickly add another item for now, and I'm going to add an item called See My Request. And I'm going to choose a different image. I'll just use that for now. And I'm going to be able to change that icon color, and that's going to be a page link, and it's going to link to the my request page. And if I was changing some colors, I'm just really making up something now. The label color, just to show you something can be different. And there's going to be some weird colors, but that's okay. I'm just making a point. That's good enough. Hover color, just to make something look different. And we're going to say, okay. Yeah, so I know that looks a little weird. Now, because I'm using a menu widget, and earlier I said I could have added a 2-column layout widget and added a widget to each of the layout columns, but because I'm using a menu widget, it helps do it for me by changing the column number. Since I have 2 data items here, I can change the number of columns to 2, and it's going to space that out for me. That's some more that I'm going to do with that, but we're doing good on time. How about?
Excuse me. Can you show me that really quick again? How you made that fill out the 2?
Sure.
I was typing. So, okay, right
No
there.
problem.
All right, very good. Very good.
Yep,
Thanks.
Yep. No problem. No problem. Okay. So we're into another 2 hours since 1:30. So maybe is a 10-minute break okay? Yeah, let's take a break.
We can, from my point of view, we can continue, so we can finish this test. I'm not
Okay,
sure about
good.
the others, so
It's up to you. Just by I have to offer to take a break every 2 hours. Does anyone need to take a break now?
I'm good. Thank you.
I'm good as well.
I
Okay.
think we can continue.
Okay, I will continue, and then when I finish building the app, then we can take a break, and then we'll come back and build the app together. Okay, all right, so let's continue. Thank you. With the See My Incidents and See My Request, now there's quite a bit more that we can do to dress this up. First thing that I'm going to do is, in dressing this up, is I'm going to increase the size of the text and increase the size of a couple of other things. So the label here, the label. What's the label? The label is where it says See My Incidents and See My Requests. In the label section, what I'm going to do is to increase the size, just to show you what you can do there. I'll increase the size to, you see how the label text is increasing as such. And I could just continue on until I actually kind of fill up that space right there. Okay, so I'm just increasing the size of the text. The next thing that I can do is, even though when I selected the images, they were the images that you see here, and the image, what I can do is to change that color. So if I click here, I can show the an icon color, or I can go to the section here, and let me just go back to where I'm sure. I can change the color of the icon within the configuration here. So that little gear icon and that little arrow icon, when I click back in here, I can say the icon color should be white because it's kind of hard to see on that blue background. So I can say the icon color, regardless of what color the image is in the system, when you select an image, you can change the color of it. I'm going to make the image color, the icon color white, and see that shows a little better. It kind of stands out. If I do the same for request, and instead of the icon color being that blue, if I change it to white, um, the icon stands out. I'm just showing you what you can do. You can change the text color, the background color, the icon color. You can change everything.
Kent, what if you load your own image? Just curious.
If you load your own image,
will it even give you that option?
Yeah, sure does. I covered it a little bit this morning. I'll do it again. So how did I get there? Let me slow down. I click here, or I don't have to open this. I can just actually click in this little space right here on the image. And I can select an image from the system. There's some default images and categories of images. There can be some images that you can link to via URL, but in this middle screen, you can add a local image. In other words, you can add your own image and then you can upload the image from there. Yes, you can use your own image.
I think what Barry is saying is that if you upload your own image, can you still change the icon color?
Or would that not even be a possibility? Wouldn't it even give you that option?
I think you can. I think you can.
Not important.
Yeah, because
just curious.
And the reason I believe you can is because you still are configuring the properties of the data element, and the icon color function is right here, and that should change the color of it. Okay, that's an easy test. Now let's take this and run it. And what we don't want is it quite touching the top. We want some separation, and we want to align the right and left edges, just to show you. So that looks kind of a mess. And so how do I clean it up? I clean it up by going back to the theme. And let's see if I can remember what I did with the first one. I can go to the margin. And first of all, we want to take some left and right margin. I think I had about, you can actually type in that field also. 15.
You had 15, yeah.
Yep. And so we'll add 15 margin there, and that will look better. And then we add some top margin, and that would add a little separation to the top. And now it's not all touching, so to speak, there. Yes, so lots that you can do there. Now, because I added that margin to the top, it kind of pushed my text down a little bit. So I can do one of two things. I can make the text smaller, or I can increase the height of the widget. In this case, I'm just going to say, let's increase the height of the widget. The height of the widget by default is 100. Let's make it 120 or 110. Or I'll just go back to 120 just to put something in there. And I'm going to leave it at that for now. I could have decreased the text size either way. So what I'm really after now is when I can click this little icon here to run it. What I'm interested in now is if I click see my incidents, does it go to that page? Yes, it does. I'll go back to home. If I click see my requests, the text or the icon, I can click on the text. It goes to the my request page, or I can click on the icon. And notice I did something, although that's a ugly color. I changed the hover color of the icon when you hover the background color, just to make it do something different. Okay, so there's one more item that we want to add here, and I said we want to add the ability to submit an incident from the home page. We want to add the ability to be able to submit an incident from the home page. In order to do that, we're going to go back to the design mode, and we're on the home page. We are going to use another menu type widget. and the menu type widget, I keep emphasizing it because it has multiple purposes. It makes things easy. The menu widget can be used as a way to link to different pages, which is what we just did. A menu widget can also be used to create a new incident. And how do we do that? We do that by adding a menu widget, and the menu widget has to be connected to a data source that can access the catalog. So the first thing that we need to do is to create that data source. We need to create that data source. And here's how we do that. So we go add data source, and we are going to use the EasyVista data source, and we're going to call it catalog. And we are going to configure it using the EV50006 connector. And we're going to point it to that report that we saw earlier in the Standard Service Workplace app is called apps-new request. So I'll just go back and show you. We want to point to this report here, apps-new request. You can start typing part of the name and it will find under reports, operations, standard service, workplace, apps-new request. We want to use the incidents filter, and the list view. And when we do that, this blue bar should load data and show rows and columns, and it does. So we have a data source that can access the catalog. You must have a data source that can access the catalog in order to have a button that can create an incident. So now that we have the data source created, we're going to add a widget. This time I'm going to use a 3-column layout widget. I'm going to add a 3-column layout widget here. And that's simply because it's an easy way to put a button in the center, but that's not the only way that it can be done. That's just one way. And with that 3-column layout widget, I'm going to add my menu widget to the center column of that 3-column layout widget. And remember to name your widget. As soon as you create a data source, as soon as you create a widget, give it a name. Create incident, or if you like, submit incident. It's going to be a single column. And what we're going to add to it, first of all, we have to connect the data source. We're going to connect the data source called catalog. Here's why it's important to connect the data source to the widget first. When we go to add our item to the menu widget, and we're going to add an item called submit an incident, or whatever you enter here is what is going to be displayed on the portal to the user. When we go to add an incident, we are going to click this link type, and the link type that we're going to use now is one that we have not used before, and I want to make sure this is clear. You see that new request button at the bottom? That new request option at the bottom of that list would not be there if this menu widget was not connected to a data source that can access the catalog. That new request button option would not be in that list if we were not connected to a data source that can access the catalog. Okay. Now, since we chose the link type of new request, then the items below change. And now this is how we can browse the catalog. We can just click here and we're looking at the incident catalog. And the catalog item that we want is one that starts with an underscore, and it says submitted via self-service portal. it can be really any catalog. I'm just picking one that's for the self-service, but any catalog would work if it's connected to a workflow, which they should be. The From that point forward, the only other thing that we are doing is color coding some that button. So I'll just say the background should be blue, and that's all I'm going to do. And now that I have set the background to be blue, I'm going to do some additional things like the label that says submit an incident. It's too small. I'm going to increase the label size to maybe about 30 or so. Let's go 30. So it says submit an incident. And although it says submit an incident, the text is get aligned center. And then some of the other things that we want to do is to fill it in. We can change some margin. We can change some padding, which we really don't have to. We can set the alignment. We can set a background color. So let's say the background color in the theme section. The background color in the theme section. I'm just going to kind of make it a gray color. And I think the last thing that I will do is, you see the label position option here. I didn't add an image or an icon. So let me do that. I'm going to add an icon, and the label position says, I want the text of submit an incident to be on top of the icon or on bottom of the icon or to the left or to the right. So you can place the text and the icon as relevant to each other, placing the text below or above the image. And the image that I'll use is, I'll just click here and find something different, whatever that might be. That's good for now. So I have an icon there. And what I'm going to do now is just simply change the text color to white so it stands out a little more on that blue background. And I'll leave it at that for now. So the label color is going to be white. The label color is white. And I save that, and I'm going to execute it. And now it's on this screen in the run mode. I have a button that says submit an incident, and I could click on the image or the icon or the text, and it should pop up a questionnaire, because the questionnaire is linked to the workflow, and the workflow is linked to that catalog item that we selected, and that is how you create an incident. You see how simple that is, and the multiple purposes that a menu type widget has? Well, when I say simple, I'm saying simple in comparison to, so let me clarify. Simple in comparison to the standard service workplace app that some of the product management team developed from France is using a secure HTML widget, and it's adding buttons, and it works. But in my mind, it's not as simple as using a menu type widget. I think a menu type widget is more simplistic to use a button to create an incident. Okay, so what have we done in quick review? And we'll look at it this way. We created a home page, and we put a banner on the home page. But actually, before we did that, we created the secondary pages of my requests. We created the my incidents page. And let's look at it from the design view. I'll go back from the design view in a quick review. And again, I'm going to do this with you. We created a page by clicking on pages, and we created 2 additional pages. It creates the first page by default. We named the pages Home, My Incidents, and My Requests. After we did that, we went to the My Request page and the My Incidents page. And from those pages, I added a layout widget, and I added a single column layout widget, and then I added a data viewer widget to that. Here's the data viewer widget. I named it My Request, and I connected the My Request data source to the My Request widget. And I left it to use the default grid view, and we see the data when I configured the data source. And we pointed the data source to the employee request report. We did the same on the My Incidents page. We added a single column layout widget. Then we added a data viewer widget. And actually, prior to that, we created the data source, which is what I should have said first. And when we configured the My Incidents data source, it's using the evSM category of data source. This is the 50006 connector, and this one is using the apps-employee incidents report instead of the apps-employee request report. And the in progress and the list for apps view, it pulled data. We see rows and columns, and we just left it defaulted to use the in the widget to use the grid view. We're not concerned about how the data looks right now. We're just concerned that we have some data. For you, what needs to happen first is you need to log at least one incident and at least one service request. I would say 2 would be better. So let's get you logged in, and then we'll take a break. We'll take a short break. And after we created the secondary pages, we went back to the home page. We added a banner. We added 2 buttons, a button to see my incidents and see my requests, which is a menu widget that links to the 2 secondary pages. And then we created a button on the home page to submit an incident. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put the URL in the chat. And the first thing that you need to do is log into Service Manager. When you log into Service Manager, you're going to use your first initial and last name. So let me just kind of write it out this way. You're going to use the account 2006. Actually, you won't need to type the account name because I'm going to put the account in the URL. So first initial, last name, and then I'll put the URL in the chat and the password in the chat, and get you logged into Service Manager. Okay, so here we go. Here is the URL and the password. Again, you need to log into Service Manager first. And the way it's set up, when you log into Service Manager and then point your browser to Service Apps, I'm going to give you that URL. It's going to use a pass-through authentication and take you right into Service Apps. You don't need to authenticate into Service Apps after you are already authenticated into Service Manager. Okay, so put this in the chat. Get you logged in. Oh, yeah, we should be good. I do need to change something in Service Apps really quickly. So don't log into Service Apps yet. Just get logged into Service Manager. I just put the link in the chat. The logon is your first initial, last name, and there's the password, and hold right there. Don't log into Service Apps yet because I need to update your credentials, your account. Just a moment. So we're gonna do. should have done this. Okay, I'm gonna make everyone App Center managers, so we won't be concerned about any permission concerns. Sebastian, Ruben, Tabitha, and Barry. Here. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you the link to Service Apps. The second link in the chat is a link to Service Apps, but be logged into Service Manager already on another tab. And you'll notice the account is part of the URL, so you don't need to enter an account. So the first question is, I'm going to ask if anyone had any problems logging into Service Manager.
I'm logged into Vault right now.
Okay, so we'll just give a moment to make sure no one has any problems logging into Service Manager.
As am I. I'm logged into both.
Okay. Okay. Is anyone not logged into both? Okay, sounds like we're good. I had already set it up and tested it before the training started. Now that we're logged in, I think we should take at least a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and we can do the exercise together. I'm sure someone's going to get a head start, but that's okay. Yes, let's take a break. So 10 or 15 minutes. So I'll see you back somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. We're good on the time. All right. See you then.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Hello, this is Kent. I'm back.
Hey, Kent, this is Barry. I'm back.
Hello, Barry.
I'm back as well.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right. Sounds like we're all here. So we can jump into our exercise and wrap up the day. So what I will do is the first thing that we need to do is when you are logged into Service Apps, because you don't have any tickets and nothing will show for you, we need to log at least one ticket. One each. We need to log at least one incident and one service request. So what you can do is go to the Portal Standard Service Workplace app, either one, the one with the training or without, and run it. Actually, I take that back. Use the Portal Standard Service Workplace without the training, because I know it has the catalog linked in the Create Request button. So create at least one. You can create two, but at least one incident. You can just click the or create incident button, fill out the form, and click OK. Yeah, and you don't have to add an attachment, just so you have at least one incident and one service request. And of course, the way you create a service request, of course, would be to go to the I need something, select the catalog of your choice, and create one service request. And when you fill out that form, it will show you the request or incident number on the little green bar. And after you create at least one incident and one service request, you should be able to go to status and see at least one request under my request and see at least one incident under my issues. And if you create more than one, that's actually good, but at least one.
Just a minor detail here. I noticed that when I create an incident and save it, the text on the green notification, it says, even though I created an incident, it says your request has been generated.
Oh yeah, that's just text, but did it actually show you a record number that starts with an I for incident?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. All right, so let me know when you have at least one incident and at least one service request created, and we'll continue. Does does
I'm
anyone
not.
need more time? Does anyone not have those created? Okay.
I am done.
Okay. Okay. So let's exit out of that app in the run mode, and the tab should bring you back to the app gallery, as you see on my screen. It should bring you back to the app gallery. Okay. Let's is everyone here? Does everyone see what I see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll say let's get started. And the way that we get started is we want to go ahead and create our app, and we're going to create an app by clicking the button that says Create App. Let me know. So when you choose Create App, and then you're going to use the New App button to create an empty app. And put your initials at the beginning of the app.
Hey, can I receive an unauthorized error?
Okay. Hang on just a moment. Unauthorized. Just a moment. Okay. Let me do. Can you log out of service apps, please? I'll fix
Okay.
it in 1 second. I'm just not going to waste any time. I'm not going to troubleshoot it. I know what will definitely fix it. So exit out of service apps and exactly. I thought I did already. I really thought I had. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. And also log out of Service Manager. If you could log out of both, please. Let's do this.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but I don't have time to troubleshoot that right now. So this will definitely fix it. Okay, that should do it. And when you log out of Service Apps and Service Manager, you should be able to log back in now. And let me just double check something here. Administrator. I'm logged. Administrator profile. This one. Yeah. Yeah, that should do everything. That should.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah, should be fine now. Okay, yeah, I see your apps here now. Okay, so I'll go back to where you are when you create the app and you give it your initials and name. It should bring you back to this screen here when you click OK. And one of the things that you would have done as well is you would have done this here where you entered an application name, display name. You don't have to. The select execution context, if you didn't already, you want to select EasyVista SM and allow the show main toolbar to remain checked. If you need me to help you get back to that screen, I can do that. Okay. I'll assume
yeah. Can I just go back?
Yeah. Where are you?
Looking at the I don't know, where you add the widgets and stuff. That page where it says page 1, add widgets,
okay.
Add data source.
Okay, you're here.
Correct. Yes.
You can click the second little box icon from the top left corner.
Okay, and then you said choose execution context.
Yes.
EasyVista SM.
Perfect. And the show toolbar should be checked.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yep. That's just okay there.
And well, while you're on that screen, if you would like to add an image, you can do that now. If you'd like to. From this screen, you can click the add icon, and you can go and browse and grab an icon on image if you like. But I'll leave that up to you. You don't have to. I'll just give it a moment. If someone wants to select an image, I'll give you a moment to browse and select an image. If you don't want to select an image, no problem. I'll choose one that's a little different. Yeah, I'll take that one. I like that one. Okay.
We can spend a good 1 hour selecting images.
Sure can.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we'll move on. What we'll do now is go to pages, and we want to add our secondary pages. And when we go to pages to add our secondary pages, we're going to click on pages, and we're going to click the plus sign twice, and we should have 3 pages. Name the first page home. The second page, we can just call it My Internets. And the third page, My Request. Something similar. Okay. With that, let's go to, and let me know if I don't want to leave anyone behind. I'll assume you're with me unless you tell me otherwise. Let's click the drop down to go to the My Internets page. And we'll just stop there because we're going to add some things to the page. The first thing that we want to do is we want to create the data sources for which we need to use to bring data into the My Incidents page and the My Request page. And so in creating those data sources, what we want to do is go to Add Data Source. Add Data Source, Applications, and evSM. It names it evSM 1. You want to make that My Incidents. Okay, I assume you're with me. The connector, you could choose evVista, but select EV50006, an alias that I created. Either one would work. The query is the apps-employee incidents report. You can just start typing. You can click in this field and type apps. You don't have to type apps, excuse me. You can type employee incidents or part of the word, and it should find it that way. You're looking for this report right here, apps space dash space employee incidents. But you can type in the field and it will filter it down, or you could click in the field and scroll. But the easiest way is to type part of the report name. Okay. We want to, after you select the query, I'm going to hover over that one more time. That's what you should have. The apps employee incidents report from the reports operations standard service workplace folder. Select issues in progress for the filter and select list for apps for the view. And you should see it load data, and you should see at least one row in this little blue box here. So what I'm asking now, did anyone not get at least one row? Okay, we'll continue. Now that we have added the data source for my incidents, let's go ahead and do the same for my requests. If you're with me, add data source, evVista data source under applications. Name the data source first, my requests. Same alias, EV50006. That would be 50,005 or 50,004 in your environment. And this time we want to select the data source report that's called apps-employee requests. Employee requests. The point here is just to know which data, what you're connecting to pull the data. It can be a module, a filter in the view, or it can be a report. Filter, request in progress, view, list for apps. And your little blue box should show you at least one row. Okay. Just want to make sure everyone's with me. Now that we've created two data sources, we want to add a widget and see the data through the widget. And we do that. We're on the My Incidents page. Is everyone with me? I don't want to leave anybody. Just let me know if you're not. Okay, click Add Widget and add a single column layout widget. And when you place it in the green space, let go. And on that single column layout widget, go under the basic category of widgets and select the data viewer widget. The data viewer widget. And drop it in the green where it says drop layout widget here. And you should have a data viewer widget that has a default name of data viewer 1, but you want to rename that to my incidents. Of course, you can name the data source or the widget to whatever, but it should be named as to what it's for, because after you add X number of widgets, and if you didn't name them, it could be a little confusing as to what it's for. Okay, and then we can connect our My Incidents data source to this widget in the content section. And when you do that, you should see data. I have a large number of records, so I'm just going to go ahead and under the theme section, I'm going to, you can either increase the widget height or say use the content height. I'm just going to use the content height for now. And there's my records. I have lots of test records in here. Again, just let me know if I need to wait. Did anybody not get data? Did anybody not? Okay. Let's change the page to the My Requests page, which is a blank page. So I'm going to ask this time, what do we need to do first on the My Request page? Yes, add the single column, the layout widget first. That's correct. And then what do we need to do? Add the data viewer widget to the single column layout widget. Yes. Yep. Use content. Yes. Excellent. So what I'm going to do from this point forward is I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to let Sebastian conduct the remaining of the class. Yeah, that's correct. So what I'm just going to kind of step in and ask, did everyone get data in my request and my incidents widget before we go to the home page? Did anyone not get data? Okay, let's continue. Okay, so Sebastian says, let's go to the home page. And this is where we single column layout widget. Yes. That's correct. Yes. Yes. So we'll give the widget a name first. That's okay. No, you're doing very good. You're doing very good. Okay. And this is where you can add whatever you want to say. Welcome to company name service desk. I'm just going to say company X. Welcome to company X service desk. Feel free to enter whatever you like here. Okay. Correct. Expand theme and click alignment center, and it centers the text here. Yes, I'm thinking you're talking about the size of the font. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Either order. You can do it in either order. I'm just going to increase the size of the font, so it's significantly larger. That was a little too small. You can increase it to whatever size you like. I'll just choose about 35. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Choose a background color of your choice. I'll choose that color. And that black text doesn't show too well on the red background. What can I do? Yep. Correct. That's correct. Yes. So as I'm increasing the padding, it centers the text from top to bottom. Very good question. Um, there is an automatic save periodically. Yes. However, you can click the tag cloud at any time to do a manual save. But when you click on like a widget, and you click off of that widget and go to another widget or something like that, it does an automatic save. But you can periodically click save. And I'll wrap up by talking about this manage backup and restore when we're done. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The only the only part that I would add to that is this, if you care, the widget is going to touch the top of the page that way. So you want to add just a little margin at the top, just a little bit, maybe 5 or 10, just so it doesn't touch the top. And you can add a little left margin and right margin so it's not all the way to the right or left, if that's something that's important to you. Um, and so we'll pull it off the left and right margins and off the top a little bit. Okay. And you can feel free to periodically click save. Uh, correct. Yes. Yes. And just to make sure, again, if anybody needs a little more time or need a little help, just please speak up. All right. So I'm going to continue as Sebastian is saying. I'm going to go to add a widget, and I'm going to add a single column layout widget and drop it underneath the widget that's there. Yep. Correct. We need to add the menu widget to that single column layout widget here. So it's under the plus sign. It's, at least menu instead of menu one. I'll just say main menu. It's close. That's good enough. Okay. Correct. That's correct. Add one and add two. So I'm adding two menu items, as Sebastian is saying. Click the add item twice, and then we can start to configure them one at a time. That's correct? Yes. Okay. Yes. That's yeah. Whatever color you want. This is where you can feel free to be creative. Correct. And right, so let's just go ahead and click right here. Since you mentioned it, let's give someone a chance to select an icon. Doesn't really matter. Pick whatever icon you want. I'm just going to pick something. You and remember, you can browse under when you click here. There's different categories of icons, miscellaneous icons, lots of icons to choose from. Okay. Okay.
Hey, Sebastian or Kent, do we put anything in the alternative text field at the top?
It's not required. No.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
just skip that for now.
All right. Thanks.
Correct. Yep. And I want to make sure everyone has page link and linking to the My Incidents page. Correct. Yep. Yeah, we can change the size. I click on the edit button for the second data item. Correct. Okay. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what I did here, but I'm just choosing something. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna. uh, I'm gonna select an icon, just a different one. Yeah. So I just used a little plus symbol there. I'm just gonna just select something quickly. In the miscellaneous, that one looks good. And I have an icon there. And now I'll click OK. Excellent. Yes. And that will automatically align the two items because you have two items here. The column number should correspond to the number of items in the data section. And Yes, and what I would do is increase the font size a little bit, the my incidents and my request text, and that's the label. And I'm going to expand the label section and just increase the label of my incidents and my request, the size, so it looks just larger. Doesn't have to be that large, but slightly larger. Okay. Yep. And that's correct. The margin and the padding. So I'm going to add the margin. Yep, that's correct. Yep. The margin top would prevent it from touching the top and the bottom together. So I'm just going to run that quick. But yes, you're correct. See, it's all kind of touching together. So we add a little margin top. Uh, yep, and left and right. And I'm going to slow down just a little bit to give everyone a chance to catch up if you're not already there. So I added margin left, margin right, and top margin, and that's good enough for now. Okay. Okay. Correct. And I'm just going to step in one more time and just make sure, and don't be shy. If anyone needs more time or need help, please just ask. Don't want to leave anyone behind. Okay. Well, I'll take silence as contentment and you're with us. Okay, we can continue. And I'm going to follow exactly what you're saying intentionally. Yes, so I'm going to. You're reading my mind. Yes. Okay. Yes, correct. That is correct. We added it. That's correct. Can you repeat that last part, please? Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, the my incidents and the my request link, if that's what you're referring to, is going to link to the my incidents and my request pages. Uh, Yeah, I can help you. You are on the right track. We're going to put a button on the screen on the home page to submit an incident. And in order for the menu widget to be able to create an incident, it has to be able to access a data source that can access the catalog. Yes? Uh-huh. So we're going to add a data source, and it's going to also be Easy Vista data source. I'll let you continue if you want. Yes, correct. Correct. Yep. So new request. If I start typing in that field, there's actually a new request appears much, but this is the one that we want right here. Yeah, this one here. If you want to nail it down further, you can type apps-new request and it will go directly to it. It hung up here. Hang on just a minute. Let me save this. I'm just going to do this again. Something didn't work out quite right there. Just a moment. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yes.
Correct.
Yep. Right. Correct. There's only one. Yep. And okay. All right. Hello. Can you hear me?
We lost you for a
hello.
second, Kent. Yep. Now
Can
I
you hear me now?
I can hear
Oh,
you.
I'm not sure what happened. Okay. I added.
I can hear you, Sebastian.
I can hear you, Sebastian.
We lost Ken.
Gee whiz.
What? Now I can hear him.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm here. Sorry. Don't know what was going. Yeah, I had I had a little connectivity problem. Okay. Yes. Correct. Okay. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to delete that row. And as I'm dragging the 3-column layout widget over, you see 3 places to put it. It really doesn't matter. I'm not sure I can answer why, but what I can tell you for certain is that if you drop it on the bottom one and you don't use the 2 above, it will not show any space when in the run mode at all. So wherever you put it, if I put it on the top one, or if I put it on the bottom one, if the layout widget is not used or that area, it's not going to show any space in the run mode. So not sure I can answer why. I kind of have the same question.
Can I ask this question then, Kent?
Sure.
let's say, for instance, you do build a page, right? But then you want to add something above.
Yes.
When you come back into edit mode, can you still then drag and drop another one above, even if they're all right in a row there?
Yes, you can.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Yep.
then that's not the,
Yep.
the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably the answer. Okay, so we'll continue. So I'm trying to hit there close to 5 as we can. I'm not sure if anyone has a hard stop, but I'm okay. But I'm not sure if you are.
I'm good.
Correct. A new incident, submit incident, create incident, whatever you like there. Correct. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Uh, yes. The yes, this one. It doesn't have to be that one, but let's use this one. Submit it via self-service portal, because that catalog is linked to the applicable workflow. But just so you know how to do it and what you're doing. Yes. So for anyone that's not with us, if you click in this field and start typing right here, I just started typing the word self-service portal, and it finds it. If I just type in self-service, and it will filter down to that catalog. Okay, you can continue, Sebastian. Okay, I'll just do the background color first. Yeah, doesn't really matter of the order. I'll choose a background color. Uh, yes, and and I can click in this little circle right here to add an icon where I'm pointing here. Yeah. Yep. So I'll say that one's good for now. Okay. Exactly. The latter. Very good point. What Sebastian is communicating, and he's exactly correct, and I'm going to answer your question. If you don't have this widget connected to a data source that can access the catalog, you will not see the new request button option in this menu. And what he's asking, if you make the mistake and you don't connect the to a data source and you go to configure and you don't see the option, yes, you can just simply go back and connect the widget to the catalog data source, and then go back and configure the link here, and then you will see the new request button option as you see here. Yes. Right. Okay. And the only thing that I'm going to do, well, I'll let you tell me. I'm going to do just one more thing to this widget. Yes. Yes, that's correct. You can push it down because if we leave it like it is, it's going to touch the one above it, which is what he's saying. Um, there's very little or almost no space on the top of that widget. So I'm going to go to the theme and go to margin and add margin top just a little bit there. That's good. Yes, good point. And the only other thing I would do that you don't have to do is if you wanted to increase the label of create new incident label, you can go to label and increase the size of the font if you would like to. And it would just show a little larger as such. That's too large, and that we don't want a scroll bar. So something like that. Okay. And I'm going to knock that down so we don't have that scroll bar and we can move on. And I'm going to save it, and that's it. Let's test it. What you can do as a let's do this. Let's exit out of the edit mode. Let's just don't worry about what I just did there. Click the upper left icon in the upper left corner that's saying let's go back to the main app gallery. I wanted to see who was creative anyway. Oh, is that a Clemson, Paul? I'm curious. Anyway, that looks like it might be Clemson. So in the app gallery, my KS Demo 2, I can just click on it now and run it. And when I click on it and run it, I'm going to close it down from there. I have the pages across the top, which I left intentionally checked. But let's see if I click my incidents, the text or the icon, it should go to the My Incidents page. I'm going to go back to the home page and click my request, and it links over to my request page. And I go back to home, and if I click create new incident, the icon or the text, it should display a questionnaire, and it does. Did anyone not get the submit an incident button to work? Or did any of your links not work to link to the My Incidents and My Request page? So the point of the exercise was to get your hands on creating a basic app from scratch, adding some pages, adding data sources, adding widgets to the page, connecting the data source to the widget, pulling data through the data source, and creating links between the pages from the home page, and adding a button to be able to generate an incident, which is the basics, but it's putting the pieces together. And you also see how you can brand service apps, and you can follow a color scheme, font size, font family, color scheme of your company branding scheme, if you will. Okay, so we have accomplished our agenda. I would just like to point out one or two things in the edit mode that I didn't talk about really quickly. And that is the buttons across the top. Not to go into all of them, but we know there's a save button, the tag cloud. As you're building an app, if I don't cover anything else today, remember how we could export an app from the app gallery and it will export the app to a file? Another way to make incremental backups is to click the Manage and Restore button, which is that second button with the little clock. I'm just going to go back. This button right here. And what that would allow you to do is, let's say, if you're getting ready to add a new data source or modify a page or modify a widget or whatever major change that you're going to do. So if you're building an app and there's like 4 or 5 steps and you got to step 3 and everything is good, and you want to go to step 4, but you're not sure if it's going to work out right. And just in case step 4 does not work out properly, you want to be able to quickly get back to step 3 without starting over. You can add a backup. I used a little terminology before, like before widget update or something like that. Whatever you put in there, click the plus sign, and it creates a backup. It just backed up the entire application. So if I somewhat like versioning, yes. And so if I go over here and I'm changing something on this my incidents, I'm just going to put test on the end. My incidents test, and I made a change. Okay, so and I made some more changes. Like, oops, that didn't work out right. I want to get back to where I stopped at step 3 and kind of go forward, but not actually start over. I can go back to the backup and restore and take the backup that I made and click the little restore icon next to that backup, and it will restore the app to that instance in time, and you can continue. So you can make incremental backups with this managed backup and restore. No, no. What will happen is if you are moving along and let's say you make another backup, and let's say this is before home, before header update, whatever you name it, it's going to have a date and time stamp next to it. So this is the date and time that goes with this backup, and this is the date and time that goes with that backup. It does not overwrite the one that's there for the manual backups that you create. But for the automatic backups, I think it saves up to, I want to say maybe 5 or 10, where it says saved by Kent Shiver, and it will say saved by your name. Those automatic backups that occur. Let's say if you're on one page on the My Request page and you exit out of the My Request page and go to the My Incidents page, it's going to automatically make a save for you. And it will save up to, I think it's about 5 or 10 automatic saves, but they have a date and time. But they're all named the same, but you just have to look at the date and time. But of course, the backups that you make, that you name yourself, is the way that you can make incremental backups, and you use a little naming convention of your choice. That's important too. This is very handy. It can save you some headaches and save you some time if something doesn't go right. You don't have to start over from scratch. You can go back to that point in time. Any questions? Feel free to make comments about the training, but I want to be cognizant of the time. It's 10 minutes after 5. I don't know if anyone has a hard stop, but I don't want to continue. And no one wants to tell me whether or not that's a Clemson paw or not, but that's okay.
That was me. I was trying to be funny because you're a Bama fan. I was torn between Auburn or Clemson.
Auburn. Well, I will say that I do have a divided house. My wife and most of her family are big Auburn fans.
Oh.
So you can imagine we have lots of fun on the Iron Bowl day when Auburn plays Alabama.
Oh, I'm sure.
And well, right now I'm holding the bragging rights.
Yes, because I was say, didn't they lose already this year?
Auburn?
Yeah. Or was it Clemson that did?
Clemson lost.
That's what it was. Yeah. I knew one of the big teams did. So
yeah.
Right.
Does anyone have any questions about anything that we did? And while you're thinking about it, I just want to remind Barry and Sebastian that I will get back to you on your question about capability around CMDB.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any thoughts, comments, questions? Yeah, and Sebastian, your continuing to lead was fantastic. So you must have had a pretty decent instructor. Oh, the training that you had from Rick, you went on vacation after. I see. Okay. 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 Well, that's good. So I will just again be mindful of the time. I'm pretty sure for the persons in Romania, it's getting late for you. Oh, before you. And Philippines?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
yes.
5 in the morning.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, this concludes the training. Unless there are questions, comments, or anything that you would like for me to follow up on, or information. And if you are trying to, later you have my email address. If you are trying to accomplish something specific, I will be happy to point you in the right direction. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Y- Um, I don't know if I have something readily available right now, but I just wrote down what you said, and I will either I'll provide a theme and send it to you, or I will send you some information to show you one and how it works. So what I will do is I will leave access to my demo environment up and available to you for a while, and I will add a theme in this environment, and I'll let you know when it's there and how to find it and how to review it. Okay. Yes, so we can only do so much in one day, but we covered the essentials of what we intended to cover. And any other questions from anyone? Oh, well, you can create a theme. Uh, yeah, in the theme design. Yeah, I won't go through the details right now, but right here. You can create a theme design, and you can certainly get a lot of information about a theme on the wiki. And just as a reminder, of course you have me today, but there's lots of information out here on the wiki. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, lots of information about themes. um, a- any other questions, comments from anyone?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you as well.
Okay. Thank you, Kent. Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Thank
Okay.
you, Ken.
You're
Bye.
welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.